Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning and now we've been up in muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
Mute, Shabaka, mute.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root.
built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom, we lit the flame, they left the room, but we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pains are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a Pooh face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like boy made. No edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or are likely of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. And thank you for tuning in to another episode of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. I'm your host, Chan Crowman. We're joined with our other host, Lady Che, and we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, of which this is. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. And on the season 11...
Hey, man, we need some more of your water, man.
Being cut off. No more water.
Yeah, because it's going to start getting warm out here, man. It's windy as hell, you know?
Yeah. It's windy here, too. And
yeah.
On the season 11, episode 29 of Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase, in conjunction with the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is why new Blacc Media Appreciation Matters. Can the UN ever generally support reparations? No. Ghana hit by floods days after U.S. burial ground visit in New York City. President Trump, aka the jump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. Sits in oral arguments.
Oh, absolutely.
Supreme Court hears Birthright Citizenship case. Birthright Citizenship case was meant for FBA. Case could end birth tourism and immigration scams. Then we got Pam Bondi, she known as the Ice Queen. Pam Bondi fired. Great news. Kristi Noem's husband gets exposed doing what? And if we have time, verdict against Meta, YouTube, validates concerns long raised by parents, child safety raised by parents, or child safety advocates. Then we got We're Done with Chicago. Brandon Johnson fails miserably to keep the Bears in Chicago. I'm gonna say it, New York. Then Pooh Shiesty arrested for robbing and kidnapping Gucci Mane with Big 30. Feds have IG posts. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on, fresh, salute. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it's also part of the Front Line campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Yeah, he messed up big time. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that so I can, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. Then my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chain Chroma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings and community events, like when we meet with our local politicians at the local and state level. And then the food bank. I also stream the food bank there too. Then Lady Che's other channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, which she should hopefully be dropping one this weekend. So make sure y'all check that out, The Revolutionary Agenda, or the RBA. She did 2 last week, the week before last one. So check that out. And then Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1, make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on his YouTube. And then we got Jay Militant, our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant.
Right.
Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, who who usually does the intro track for Frontline Black News, but lately he hasn't been able to do it. Is that Crew? Yep, you know it's Crew. Oh Lord, here we go, Crew.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Crew. No funny business. So.
What is you talking about? You see, I got the little simple whatchamacallit on there.
Goddamn Ram, goddamn Aries.
Aries is the gang.
Exactly, gang, sis.
Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, who came up with Breeze Omega, who's out of VA, Virginia. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He was live yesterday. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's out of Watts, California, now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers, fast approaching 3,000.
All right.
Then we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses, and the links to submit your business and to the Rolodex are in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The link to that is in the description.
Yeah, man, dude, that damn Congressional Black Caucus, man, ain't nothing but a bunch of ass scratching, yachts and bosses, chicken pecking Uncle Tom.
Well, that's why we need to get rid of it and replace it with an FBA caucus. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action. The link to that is in the description. Support Sister Brooke. She calls me Unc, so I call her niece. Support niece Brooke, as she tries to get reparations for the people in New York, for the FBAs in New York.
You know y'all about the same age, right?
She called me Unc. That's all I know. I'm older than her.
Yeah, very slightly.
Then we got support Lady Chase GoFundMe.
Right.
Donate to that if you haven't already. And then we got the 103-year-old elders GoFundMe, who's on the verge of losing her home of almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles. Her GoFundMe link is also in the description. Then Puke 2.
Okay, do you have the intersection where she's at in that CLA, bro?
I don't know off the top of my head, Shabaka. I want to say she's in Inglewood, but I'm not.
Okay, that's its own separate city, as you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the Lakers used to play in the house that Jack built, and they tore it down.
If you hit the link, Shabaka, which is in the description, it should have all the information in there. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. And that was by the late, great elder, Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by our late, great master teacher, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80, and would have just celebrated her 90th birthday a week or two ago. And shout out to Tariq Nasheed, our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All righty, I'm going to hop right into it, Shabaka. Yes. This is New Blacc Media Appreciation Month. And Professor Blacc 2 is going to give us an update on why New Blacc Media Appreciation Matters.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. April marks the beginning of Blacc Media Appreciation Month, but around here, we believe in defining words. I told you that a media is defined by who owns it, who controls it, and whose interest it operates in. So when we say the Blacc media, who are we talking about? We're talking about you. You're the Blacc media. The word media is the plural form of medium. Print is a medium. Radio is a medium. Television is a medium. Now, television, of course, is often called the media because there's so many channels, but as we all know, the 500 or so channels are all owned by one of 4 white media companies. And by the looks of things, it's about to become one of 3. So you're not getting 500 different points of view. You're actually only getting the same 3 viewpoints. But when you consider how the white men who own these media companies all believe the same things, especially about black people, you understand in reality, you're only getting 1 point of view, an anti-black point of view. That's not a media. That's indoctrination. And that's why the Blacc media was created. That's why you created it. Sooner or later, something had to give. Think about every single gain of note, every single time these white supremacists were gnashing their gnarled, crooked teeth, or in the case of the British, the few rotted nubs they got left. It was almost always in reaction to something the black grassroots did. If they perceive that there's some lone black figure out there who they've been attacking and who managed to fend off their assaults, they'll be disappointed at their loss, but they won't be angry because they don't feel threatened by one lone person. And there's a very good reason for that. As I've told you for nearly 20 years, practically all manifestations of anger are rooted in fear. Whenever you see these white supremacists getting angry about something, what you're supposed to do is to ask, what are these creeps scared of? Because they try to use their anger as a mask to hide their fear. And when the enemy sees that black people as a group are on code, that scares them. Anti-black racism is a group sport, but so is black empowerment. Every group understands the need to honor its forebears, And they also must recognize the necessity of honoring themselves. Having shown that we can blunt the momentum of our enemies in the political sphere, we must now look ahead. As we move forward, the next phase is going to involve Black people at the grassroots looking at their own city, their own county, and beginning to look for political offices that they can capture. From the very beginning, the mission of the Black media has been to take control of the social discourse in the Black community, the operative term there being take. We've always understood that we have to elbow our way into the proceedings, that we have to force this wicked, evil, anti-Black system to do things it wasn't designed to do. It wasn't designed to produce justice, but we are. Putting the word Black back into the political discourse isn't going to happen voluntarily by white power. Why would they? They were the ones who colluded to intentionally ethnically cleanse Black from all political debate to begin with. And then they lied and claimed that either people of color, minorities, and other weasel words included Black people too, or they just flat out said that Black is divisive, it doesn't poll well, and that Black is politically unpopular. These are the very things that they never say to any other constituency. No matter how many gay marriage bans have passed at the state level, no matter how many court rulings have come down against it, the white powers that be have never and would never say that LGBT is divisive or doesn't poll well, even though the white right intentionally attacked the word woke by trying to redefine it to mean anything having to do with LGBT. And recodifying woke as actually having to do with LGBT has been a very effective and successful strategy for the white right. But when gay marriage was threatened by Clarence Thomas, suddenly the so-called gridlock in DC broke and thawed. This during a presidential election year, and both Democrats and Republicans came together to pass a federal law to protect gay marriage. They didn't care about what was popular. They didn't care about what polled well. They didn't care about anything. Not even the fact that there aren't enough LGBT voters to turn a local election, much less a national one. And yet they mobilized instantly anyway. You can't turn any elections by appealing to LGBT issues. And yet none of the shills and plants and ops and paid trolls who you see in the comments saying there's not enough Black voters to turn an election by themselves, so the Democrats can't listen to y'all. These same people have never and would never say that about the LGBT community, the Jewish community, or about any other constituency. But then again, how many of these shills and troll accounts are themselves individuals who identify as LGBT? So the lies we hear about how these politicians can't win an election with just Black voters alone, y'all need to stop demanding anything from them. That talking point falls flat because no politician can win an election with just white voters alone either. And yet who do you see them bending over backwards to produce things for? They can't win an election with only one constituency or only one demographic, which is why they try to appeal to a number of groups. Nobody tries to win an election with only one constituency, so don't let these shills and plants tell you that lie. We are the only ones who everyone consistently says, well, we can't do anything for you, now go vote for us. The Black media arose as a backlash to this political malign neglect. We take this time to honor the Black media because this is what you have done. You didn't get permission from anyone, nor did you ask for it. This new Black media is the result of your political maturation. It is an act of legitimate self-determination on all of our part. Neither of the political parties came to us with this, and it wasn't inspired by them either. And it didn't come from any of the Black bootlicks you see on TV or in print, or these sorry so-called activists either, who are all inventions of white power. And it didn't come from any of these pathetic punks who used to be in the white media and who we now see trying to reinvent themselves in the podcast.
Yeah, he just put a battery in it.
They don't have Black grassroots support, and they know it. That's why you had Don Lemonade doing that stunt he did in Minneapolis, being part of that group who barged into that church to disrupt it. And who did Don Lemonade have with him? Not the Black grassroots. He had the same old assemblage of shills, feathers, and intersectionalists, the same old safe, non-threatening nobodies who his ilk has always leaned on for a safe, non-threatening quote when he was on TV. And we see the same from Roly-Poly and Joke Reed, too. These fools aren't on white media airwaves anymore, and they're slowly starting to realize, in Roly's case, everything comes to him slowly, that they've been thrown overboard by Massa, and that Massa doesn't want them back. What's happening to them is not some temporary stint in the wilderness before Massa finally brings them back on TV. Massa can't bring them back from exile because Massa wasn't the one who sent them into exile in the first place. You did. You're the ones who sent these creeps packing. The days of having a Negro whisper during the Obama administration is over. The white media has downsized its bootlick operation, and now they've boiled them down to a handful of LGBT mouthpieces like Jonathan putting on his cape heart and Eugene nail polish Daniels and former NFL tight end Simone Sanders. And on CNN, they're down to Blackwell and the tether Abby Phillips. People who have no clout, no credibility, or legitimacy with the black grassroots. But then again, that's not what the white media has them on for. They're there to be mascots for the network so that nobody can accuse these white media apparatuses of being totally all white. They read from a teleprompter or cue cards, and they all know they better not go off script even a single word. And after how the white media dropped all these other fools, they don't need to be reminded what the penalty is for disobedience. They've seen it. These bootlicks you see trying to establish a presence in a space that doesn't want them, all these idiots like to call their podcast unfiltered or unplugged. But when you listen to them, they're still talking like they're on white media cable and trying to keep Massa happy. That's because they need to be in those circles regardless, even though they were exiled years ago. And it's obvious to everyone that they have no chance of ever getting a regular TV show or even a regular panelist appearance on these shows. They still talk as if some white editor or producer is in their earpiece telling them what to say. So clearly, delusion springs eternal. And it's not that they've been carrying water from Massa for so long that they're thoroughly programmed. White power didn't have to indoctrinate garbage like Don Lemon. They didn't have to indoctrinate tether trash like Roly Poly and Joke Reed. When you look at circus sideshow acts like Angela
Tether
Rock,
trash.
and Tiffany Cross-Eyes, they all still talk like they're getting their talking points straight from DNC headquarters. Why is that? None of these fools has changed their rhetoric one iota, and they're not going to. These creeps were already down with white power from the jump. They would never have given these idiots a spot on their TV shows, much less their own shows, if they hadn't been fully on board with white power's program from the very beginning. So for the handful of half-wits in the comments who after all these years are silly enough to say, well, they can't talk like the black media because Days is working for these corporations. You know Days got to stay within certain guidelines. It's not like Day owns the place. Okay, stupid, then riddle me this. Why is it that now that all these morons have been sent packing and they all now claim to have their own podcasts and that nobody can make them say anything they don't want to, they're unfiltered now? Why is it that the only thing they're doing is spouting the exact same filtered gibberish that they did when they were on white media TV? Exactly. It's one thing when a shill regurgitates Massa's talking points because they're getting a regular check from Massa or because Massa made them feel special because he gave them a shoebox size set on a network soundstage and told them, this is your show. But how do you explain that they're still licking Massa's rump, even though it's been years since Massa gave them a check or even gave them a job? This proves what the black media has said for decades. These scumbags would be saying all their lies and repeating all the white media's talking points for free. The paycheck that they got, the TV show Massa let them think they had, those were just extras. The real reward for these bootlicks has always been getting to feel like they were close to Massa. The old dead black media was infested and riddled with self-serving traitors and backstabbers who told themselves that they were better than the black grassroots, better than the black community. That old talented 10th crap, where they told themselves that they were the smart Negroes who were the only ones fit to speak on black issues. They know better than everybody else, and the rest of us just needed to listen to them. Or as Tiffany Cross-Eyes put it, get in line. They have as much contempt for the black community as their white paymasters. I'm sorry, I meant to say former white paymasters. They identify with white power, not with the black grassroots. So even with Massa having kicked them out, they keep saying the same nonsense because for them, it was about feeling like they're smarter than us. So they have to be contrary to whatever we say. They have to disagree with us because we're the black grassroots and they're smarter and better than us, aren't they? No. And that's why these fools are always trying to get someone to take them seriously. When you're reduced to crashing church services, that's not bold journalism. That's a cry for help. or in Don Lemon's case, a cry for a sponsor. They're trying to raise their profiles because they've seen how racist reprobates like Megyn Kelly have managed to get some sponsors and built up their little platforms. White power isn't going to do that for them, though. The only reason Stephen Smith has a little bit of traction is because he's still on ESPN, and he knows that. Everyone knows that the only reason the Joe Rogans and the Tim Pools even exist is because white power selected them and selectively funded them. We've seen the scandals of the last couple of years when these sock puppets were exposed and people finally got to see who was bankrolling them. Curtain got pulled back on the white left and the white right in these podcast spaces, and we finally got concrete confirmation that these people were all handpicked by wealthy white donors who lined their pockets and told them what to say. All the while, these exact same people daily would tell everybody, how dare you say that we're not independent? We're fully independent. Nobody can make me say anything I don't want to say. That's what they all claimed. That's where their money came from, and it's where their platforms came from. That's how you get these websites like YouTube to give you millions of subscribers. And I've always told you, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. Just like with Bari Weiss, her pathetic little blog had no readers, no traction, and yet she was easily able to get billionaires to give her millions of dollars for her operation.
Exactly.
And for what? Because the entire purpose of white power is to make sure that white people in power can pick and choose who the winners are going to be. It's about preventing a meritocracy. It's about preventing competition and instead creating a rigged game of guaranteed results. And the same thing goes for these phony so-called black organizations like Black Pac and She the People and others. I've shown you how these groups are literally funded by white dark money donors. They hired some black front women to be their mascots and to stand in front of the cameras and to be the face of the operation. But in reality, they're just puppets for their white donors who put hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars into these front groups. The only thing black about them is their name. Well, black people deserve better than to have bootlicks, plant shills, sellouts, suck-ups, and ops claiming to speak for us. That's why we needed the new Blacc Media, and why I, for one, speak for a lot of people when I say I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for you. You're the counter lever that we needed. You're the ones providing the counter programming to the white media's torrent of lies. The same way you see the white anchors and white TV personalities and online racists terrified to mention us is the same way these bootlicks quake in their boots at even the thought of us. They're terrified at the thought of you. But as Tucker Carlson himself had to admit, he's fully aware of us and what we're about. See, family, that's how you know what they truly fear. They're not scared of BLM. They're not scared of ADUMS.
If anybody's a heritage American, it's FBA.
Or these new arrivals to the podcast space. They are, however, scared of you. They know the power you have. What they didn't know was whether you would ever realize it, and then whether you were willing to use it. Now they found out to their sorrow they were wrong on all counts. The entire reason the white media puts untold hundreds of millions of dollars into their sock puppets operations, the entire reason they paid for entire armies of bootlicks and sellouts to be presented to the black community to try to propagandize us, the entire reason they put together all these sock puppet organizations is because they needed all of that to try to control your eyes and your ears and ultimately your minds. White power learned a long time ago that if there's one group out here selling the soap, then black people will immediately see right through it. They will have set up a propaganda apparatus with a single point of failure. White power understands that if you want to dial people in to be oppressed for the long term, then you have to give them the illusion of choice. Give them the illusion that the system white power set up also provided ways to get what you need by going to the predetermined, pre-selected options that white power put in front of you. That's like expecting that you're going to be informed by the white media if you watch any of their 500 TV networks. We see this with the political parties too. We see this with their businesses, and we see this with the sorry Negroes who claim to be activists on our behalf. White power invites them to give lectures and give them book deals and airtime and government money and resources because they're on the take. If these people actually were trying to change anything, white power wouldn't dare touch them with a 10-foot pole. And it certainly wouldn't give them so much as one thin dime. Well, we don't have any mascots here because we're not a sports team. We're an army of truth. And armies don't need pets. They need...
You said what?
words.
That's a Minnesota
White power realizes that black people are starting to wake up, enough of us anyway, and they can't threaten us or coerce us or
I had
shame
Grok make one first, but that
They're
one
going to
looked a little
discourage us instead, telling us that
like
what we're
the
doing
Democrat
doesn't
shields.
matter and nobody's going to listen to us. First of all, people have been listening. That's why we're here, and
I
why
say
these
he looked.
shills and
The first
plants have
one looked like he
spent
was
years
raised by
trying
his
to get us
mama.
to stop. And secondly, the goal of the black media is not to get some white Democrat or even black Democrat for that matter to do what we say. That is at best a short-term goal. The objective has always been to put black people with their heads on straight in the driver's seat.
Right.
Now, this doesn't and has never meant a full-on replacement of all of these anti-black bigots with black grassroots operatives. Even established white power groups have never been able to do that. Trump and MAGA didn't do that. In fact, Trump was the one and only MAGA representative in the political space. But as it turned out, one was enough because he spoke to what his demented constituency wanted to hear. And when they saw that bandwagon, they couldn't wait to jump on board. And a lot of those clowns are still on that bandwagon to this day. Big changes always begin with small changes. This is not about making a big splash. It's about gaining ground and then holding it. That's what the black media has done. When we began this work 20 years ago, what passed for black social and political discourse at that point was an embarrassment. We had nothing but white media whores on TV on the one hand, and in the independent or online space, we had Kundalini con men trying to score some easy drawers and fools sitting around debating about nothing. People didn't take notice of me until around 2007 or so, and at that time, I laid out what was the mission of the black media: to take control of the social discourse in the black community and to elevate the debate.
That's right.
We've done that. The fools who are out here talking about Kundalini energy and smoking weed and EBT-related conversations, these fools began to shrivel up and blow away. It didn't happen overnight, though. We endured years of people mocking us, attacking us, saying that what we were talking about and how we were talking was a joke, and people had moved on from all of that old black empowerment talk. We were just imitation Malcolm X, they said. Oh, we heard it all, family. But the main thing that these would-be critics threw at us was to say that talking about white supremacy, that was just a relic of the past, and that we were making ourselves irrelevant by focusing on that. It was all about class struggle, they said, and all the other canned lies that white power told them to say. Well, you notice how after nearly 20 years, we forced white supremacy back into the political conversation. See, it's real easy to talk that stupid stuff about white supremacy ain't real when white supremacy is laying low. But when white supremacy is on the march and it's killing black people in the streets and it's in your face, you can't talk that you black media folks, y'all is a relic of the past crap anymore. Right. And the people who were telling us about how white supremacy wasn't that big a deal, well, none of them are around anymore. They're all gone. And that's because even their audiences, dumbed down as they are, they weren't going to be tolerating somebody who wouldn't at least admit the pig simple truth. Even fools like the breakfast schlubs. It's easy to shuck and jive in front of your microphone with your white producer boss watching you, and to be skinning and grinning when white power isn't on the march. EBT media appeals to people when white power isn't on the offensive. It's for people who think that they have the luxury of focusing on nonsense. But when Trayvon Martin's murdered and the white media and white politicians get on code to protect the killer, then Tamir Rice and Alton Sterling and Ayanna Jones and Terrence Crutcher and George Floyd, every time we see another black person murdered and white society rallies for the murderers and the white media boldly says, well, it's legal because we say so, people start to lose their appetite for clowns like the breakfast schlubs cooning and buffooning. When you're facing real threats, you lose your patience for people who are a bunch of phonies. More and more of the very people who used to listen to these clowns began to realize that they better seek out people who are talking intelligently or they would die as fools. This is why Charlemagne the Fraud's been trying to reinvent himself as some sort of half-brained political commentator. This guy can barely speak. He sounds like he has a mouthful of mashed potatoes. His lucrative deal that he got with iHeartMedia, that's not some incredible rise to prominence. It's just the same old one Negro at a time con game the white media's always run. This is Massa saying this fool over here is our one dumb Negro who we're going to try to prop up.
Hey,
It's
why
like
you make the
ESPN
Aries with
when they
the
pay all that
I
money
think
to
he got
Stephen
gold
Smith.
teeth.
White
Broke is
power
doing
can
too
give you a
much.
platform, but it cannot give you legitimacy. When the Blacc media came on the scene, Charlemagne and that zoo he's part of on the Breakfast Clubs were the leading mumble mouthpieces for EBT media. They weren't talking like us because they couldn't.
Right.
And there was no rival voice out there that was forcing them to change their rhetoric, or so they thought. But after we were around just a few years and more people began to join with us, all that changed. Suddenly, these fools were trying to talk like us, but it didn't work because they're not smart enough, and also because these people are sock puppets for established power. That's why Angela Rye, with lettuce and tomatoes on the side, pulled that stunt she did with Jill Stein. Look, whether you like Jill Stein or not, whether you think she represents a legitimate political counter movement is irrelevant. What matters is Angela Rye saw a candidate standing against everything that Trump stands for, and rather than support this candidate, Angela Rye went out of her way to attack her and to try to delegitimize her. She never went that hard against conservatives or Republicans who she talked to, but then again, conservatives and Republicans aren't undermining the Democrats' establishment support from inside the party either. So it was obvious this was a political hit job that she was doing, and it was obvious why. Angela Rye has been banished to the media ghetto, and now she's desperately auditioning for a job with the DNC. That's who the true audience was for her little display. Jill Stein agrees with practically everything the Democrats do, so why even attack her and to do so viciously? If Angela Rye was truly so indignant about Jill Stein, then she ought to be enraged by the Democratic leadership, like Jim Clyburn, people who have made themselves and their degenerate family members filthy rich while their constituencies are dirt poor, because not one of the criticisms or attacks that Angela Rye made against Jill Stein couldn't be made against the Democrats who she cheerleads for nonstop. Well, that is if she actually stood on principle. But the way we saw Simone Sanders attacking Biden when she was part of the Bernie Sanders campaign and then turning on a dime and praising Biden to the hilt when she was hired for his campaign and lying her linebacker shoulders off when she defended Biden's crime bill, these bootlicks don't have any core beliefs. They don't have any principles other than looking out for themselves. The Blacc media is black first, but the bootlicks are only me first. That us won't work. It's why they cannot do what we do. They're slaves to the very white power that we're fighting to destroy. If Charlemagne was an actual threat to white power, do you really think that they would be paying him all that money?
Hell no.
Has the white media ever promoted a black person who actually attacked white power?
No.
Have they ever given $1 million, much less $200 million, to any black person who was taking on white supremacy?
No.
Even one?
No.
Does white power fund people who attack it? When have they ever done that? And if you're listening to fools like Charlemagne and claiming that you're about black empowerment, then you're too foolish to be around here, and I don't want you here.
Exactly.
These bootlicks didn't change what they were saying because they had a change of heart. They had to change from EBT buffoonery, at least EBT buffoonery full time, because they suddenly found themselves having to fight to stay relevant. And you can't do that if you're shucking and jiving all the time. And this is why consistency matters. Because time is what separates the real from the phony. Time is what proves who was right and who was wrong. And the people who today are trying to pretend like they weren't on the side of team white supremacy, they're still trying to undermine us by acting like they don't know what the program is or what to do. They know all right. What they want to do is to try to see if they can encourage people to sit on their hands and do nothing. We've shown that online advocacy translates into offline action, and that's what they're scared of. We built a movement that has proven itself invulnerable to the white media's attempts to co-opt it. They can't even afford to talk even a little bit like us and not threaten their own system. Ever since we rose to prominence, the white media spent years trying to invent their own phony. They tried to reverse engineer their own mouthpieces who would talk just a little bit like us and try to see how many people would fall for it. They would publish and broadcast puff pieces where they would use some of our verbiage and then apply it to basically LGBT activists, intersectionalists, and other assorted
Now that's the shit right there that pisses me off.
Black leaders. It's the game that the white media did all throughout the 20th century. What they found out this time around was that nobody was going to follow them with the old stupid message they were peddling. So they had to change what they said. We haven't changed one word of what we said. We're not going to. White power has always been able to use its media monopoly to conjure magic and to invent reality out of whole cloth. They say something, even though it's totally made up, and yet people will believe it and even act as if it were true merely because the white media said it. This is what we mean by conjuring magic, making something out of nothing. They take some sellouts you never heard of, some nobodies who are on the take, and then put them in front of the camera and say they're black leaders. And then they have all the Al Sharptons and some other bootlegs say, yep, these are the next generation of leaders. And then watch as the black masses predictably fall into lockstep and actually take orders from people who are clearly agents. All throughout the 20th century, that's the playbook the white power ran, and it worked. Except that trick hasn't worked the last 10 years or so. The message of the black media, your message, has reached a critical mass of black people. Now, this isn't enough for us to wholesale dominate the conversation. We're working on that. But it is enough for us to finally influence the conversation. And as you've seen, that's been enough for us to have a substantive impact. We've made it where the sellouts and plants and ops can't operate freely anymore, not without total opposition. White power cannot present them to black people as our leaders, and as a result, they can't present them to white people as black society's leaders either. This is what the bootlicks and sellouts have always feared. Without the ability to masquerade as leading us around, white power has no need for them. And as I've always told you, when white power is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. The reason they kept idiots like Joy Reid on the payroll was because they thought she could lead us around. They were more than willing to overlook her frequent incompetence, even in instances where it embarrassed them. That's the reason why when she had that little scandal about her blog from way back in the day over some allegedly homophobic remarks attributed to her, the white media didn't immediately fire her. They thought she still had some use to them, that's why. And that's the reason why when MSNBC carried out its attack on us in 2020, it was the very first open on-air attack against reparations and against foundational black Americans by name as being Russian bots. It's no surprise that it was Joy Reid who did it and not, say, Rachel Maddow. The bootlick's entire job is to be crash dummies for white power. They do the dirt that Massa feels would be too perilous for him to do himself. And once the bootlicks break the ice, like Obama did when he attacked woke during the anti-police violence protest, the next thing you know, here come all these white commentators and mouthpieces piling on. They know that if they do it themselves, it would be too obvious, and it would bring about an immediate blacklash. So they use their front men and buffer groups instead. Well, we don't use those tactics because we stand for truth. And truth matters because that's what's real. That's what actually exists. We don't conjure magic because we don't have to. We just point out what is. Yes, it does take years for the status quo to catch up to us, but that's because we're years ahead of the curve. When I set up this channel, I did it as far more than just a place to post my ideas. I did it as an online resource too. You can go into the archives here and see where I spoke about things years ago, like, for example, Iran, which at the time seemed quaint and strange to people, but today, years later, my words have become prescient. Now everyone understands why it is that I focused on Iran. I told you that the Strait of Hormuz and the Houthi attacks was exactly how the Vietnam War started. People thought I was crazy and exaggerating. And after Trump became president, people thought it was a dead issue. But I told you that the Israel lobby was the entire reason that Biden was supporting the Gaza genocide, and it was why the Houthis were attacking, and that this wouldn't change just because a Republican became president or even Trump getting back into the White House. And as you see, it didn't change anything at all. There is a complete and thorough consistency of policy where Israel is concerned. Now, if you wasted your time listening to the white media or these black bootlicks like Don Lemonade or others, or these other brain-dead bozos like the breakfast schlubs, you were caught totally off guard by these events. There's a reason why idiots like Charlemagne the Fraud don't bother to tell his audience about the history of Iran or about the Houthis' attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, because he spent years dumbing his audience down. Not that they were very bright to begin with. A bunch of pot-smoking idiots who obsess over hip-hop and who's beefing with who, whose baby daddy is on whose record label. These people are too stupid to understand the world around them. That will require brain cells, and if you're dumb enough to listen to the breakfast schlubs, then you're certified stupid. But if you listen to the Blacc media, then you already saw all this coming years ago. You knew what was going to happen, and you knew why. Back in 2023, I explained that the Houthi attacks were just the beginning of something bigger, that they were Iranian proxies, and that ultimately this was about Iran and regime change, and that what you were seeing in the U.S. attacking the Houthis, that this was just the beginning of something. The white media's sudden infatuation with the Houthis was being done to prepare the minds of the masses for the inevitable decision to go to war in that region against Iran. The Blacc media told you that. Nobody else did. A media that cannot tell you what's going to happen before it happens is useless to you. Sure, we may not have a podcast set. We may not have big backers who are paying for us to have sound stages and who put in the good words so we can get on TV. We don't have white-approved experts on to tell you fairy tales about how the world is. But what we do have is the ability to keep you ahead of the curve. I know that a lot of you have many varied interests, and I'm not naive enough to think that some of you don't listen to certain podcasters or people who are contrary to the message of the Blacc media, or that you don't listen to people who do content like these so-called financial podcasts, etc. I get that. But tell me something. How many of these other so-called news and opinion podcasts that you might happen to watch told you what was coming in the Strait of Hormuz years ago, like I did? How many of them explain to you the history of the U.S.'s meddling in Iran's internal politics, like I broke it down for you? That's why my videos about Iran and the Houthis began trending again, not because the information is new, but because it was ahead of the curve. This is why the shills and ops attack us, and why they want for you not to listen to us. Because with us, you get a level of analyses that these shills and plants simply can't match. They cannot do what we do because they're not smart enough, and besides, it's hard to think when Massa's got his hand up your behind. We don't have the monetary resources of the white media, but that doesn't matter because the white media isn't informing you anyway. You won't get this information anywhere else because all these other people are tools of white power, and they're all just playing the game. And their job is to use misinformation and disinformation to control you. There's all these so-called news networks and newspapers and podcasters, and yet out of the countless numbers of them, only the Blacc media told you about this. Now, that's how you know all these other people are just tools. They're like Baskin Robbins, 32 flavors of BS. You get a temporary sugar rush from the white media, and you get to pretend like you've been informed. And then when Trump wins the presidential election or the U.S. invades Iran, you have no idea why it happened. Well, over here, we don't serve up slop. We serve up brain food. We don't do junk food. We serve up the vegetables, fruits, and whole grains for your mind. It doesn't give you a sugar rush. But what it does do is keep your mind strong and healthy. So that's why you have the Blacc media. That's why you created it. And that's the reason why we set aside some time specifically to show some appreciation for it, so that we can say thank you to the heroes and sheroes of the movement. You. The Blacc media came into existence because you wanted it, and it's still around 20 years later because you demanded it. There's no substitute for the truth, any more than there's a substitute for the power and persistence that you bring to all this. An audience without a message is just a human herd, but a message without an audience is nothing at all. The same way that the Joy Reids and the Roly-Polies are nothing without you, we would also be nothing without you. That's how important you are. Never forget your power. That's the entire reason why the white media has spent hundreds of years carpet bombing you with anti-Black propaganda to convince you that you have no power whatsoever. And in the process, they hope to prevent you from ever using it. Well, that is to prevent you from using it for yourself, but of course, they'll always remind you that you got power when it comes time to get behind everyone else. Now, we're not about ego here, but I don't think it's out of turn for me to say, family, take a bow. Right. You earned it. The engine that makes the Blacc media run isn't me. It's not any of the people that you listen to. Sure, you could call us thought leaders, but it's you as a collective who are the leaders because you embody the code, and it's the code that we're following.
That's right.
Individuals like myself, we're voices for the Black grassroots, but ultimately we're doing what you want. We are saying what you want said. To the extent that I've made a contribution, it's been to give you verbiage that I think captures and encapsulates the principles that undergird the movement. Simple truths that help you to understand what's happening. For example, I coined the phrases, the white media is not in the business of entertainment, they're in the business of mind control. Bootlicking is a career path that doesn't come with a retirement plan. And the one that most of you are probably the most familiar with. When white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. That last one, by the way, is also a personal favorite of mine. I've heard people who have attributed that phrase to Dr. John Henrik Clarke. That's not true. Dr. Clarke never said those words. At least he never worded it that way. But I don't make a big deal out of correcting people on that for two reasons. One, Dr. John Henrik Clarke is my personal favorite grandmaster teacher. And if something I've said leads people to take an interest in him, then far as I'm concerned, I'll join you. Hell, why not say that Dr. Clarke came up with that saying? I have no problem with that. But the second reason that I don't make a big deal out of taking credit for it is for the same reason that I've never gone on camera in 2 decades and I won't. Because it's far more important that the message get put out there than it is necessarily who said what. I saw how much damage racist ideologues like Matt Drudge and others had done. The reason right-wing hate radio was so insidious was precisely because it was just a voice coming out of a speaker. The enemy realized decades ago that simply hearing a voice occupies a different place in people's minds than actually seeing someone on camera. When you're on camera, it almost becomes entertainment no matter how serious you are. When it's just a voice, that becomes something a hell of a lot deeper. Just go back into the archives of this channel and rewatch my video about Iran, specifically dealing with the Ayatollah Khomeini. After the U.S. had engineered the overthrow of the democratically elected Iranian leader Mohammad Mossadegh and installed their puppet the Shah in his place, clerics like the Ayatollah Khomeini were forced into exile. He went to France to hide there, but he didn't stop what he was doing. While he was in exile, he made sure to get his message back to the people of Iran. But how did he do it? Did he go on TV? No. Did he do newsreels? No. He recorded audio sermons on tape, and he had his followers smuggle them into Iran. That's what the Ayatollah Khomeini based his power on. Simply the voice. And that was enough. You see, it's easier to censor images than it is to censor audio. Now, of course, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to be on camera. In fact, it can actually be a very good thing. I'm just telling you what my psychological calculus is and what it's always been. I never did this to get YouTube famous. I never did this because I was hoping to get a white media gig either. There's a lot of people out there who have tried that. Practically none of them have actually succeeded. I did this because I got frustrated and fed up with people who clearly didn't know what they were talking about. People who weren't informed enough about the issues to be speaking on them. I got sick and tired of waiting to see if somebody else would actually address the issues in full and to say what I knew to be the facts the way that I know them to be. Eventually, I got tired of waiting and decided to start doing something. And clearly, I wasn't alone. In fact, that's the reason that I keep doing this. Because I know what it's like to be frustrated that the truth isn't being spoken, that the relevant points that need to be made aren't. And I also know what it's like to hear someone who has the intelligence and the guts to say what I'm thinking. Something the bootlicks will never understand is that even if you're the smartest person in the room, no one person is smarter than the room itself. I'm a student of history, and I believe in the facts being the facts. But I also don't take a bow because as a mouthpiece for you, it would be inappropriate for me to try to derive any glory from this. I say what our grandmaster teachers said, what I've heard my people say, and I try to make sure that I express it the way that I know they want it to be said. And that's what the Black media is actually about. It is about individuals who are mouthpieces for you. You're the driving force behind this, you and no one else. And so, whatever glory there is, whatever appreciation accrues to the Black media, it should rightly go to you. And, as Malcolm X said, only the mistakes were mine. Good day, and be one.
Lord have mercy.
All right, thank
Family and fellow soldiers.
Thank you so much for breaking it down.
why the new Black media exists, why we continue to exist, and why we continue to educate our people and empower our people after all of these years. I've been listening to Professor Black Truth, y'all, since like 2012, 2013. And he said he'd been around since 2005, 2006, 2007. I'm glad I found him when I did, because it was right on time, because I was like, look, I need some pro-Black shit to listen to. I was beyond tired of listening to what is his damn name? What was his damn name, Shabaka? Oh, Travis Smiley. I was beyond tired of listening to him. I was beyond tired of listening to
I think that motherfucker crashed and burned.
No, he's on that Jesse Jackson network. I didn't start listening to Roly Poly Martin until later on. I just trolled him.
What about that cat, Jesse Peterson?
Oh shit, he went by the wayside.
He was disgusting.
Oh, Jesse Lee, he's still around. Jesse Lee Peterson's still around. But I'm just
they always around like roaches.
Yeah.
They just wait. They just wait.
They just in the wait.
Yeah.
So when I found out about Professor Black
for
Truth,
roaches, you need some boric acid.
Oh my God, what?
I found out about Neely Fuller Jr. I found out about Dr. Claude Anderson. I found out about Tariq, because I remember Tariq from the Hidden Colors. And I was like, oh, that's the same dude from the Hidden Colors. Then I found out about all the other media. Even at that time, I was listening to Synthetic G, believe it or not.
Come on. Cynthia was on cold back then.
Yeah. I was listening to her. I was listening to Vicky Diller when she was Boyce Walking shit. I was listening to Boyce or Moise Watkins.
Hey, Jesse, white boys put all these people in our midst.
I know.
Like Vicky's on point.
Yeah.
But he gave us Yvette. He gave us
Yvette.
Synthetic.
I was listening to Yvette.
He gave us Michi.
Breaking Brown. I was listening to Michi. Who else was I listening to?
Michi X retired.
I swear, hey Jesse, back then I was even rocking with Angry Man in them.
Oh shit! I didn't find out about Angry Man until much later.
Yeah, I got to YouTube probably about like 2017, like heavy, because that's when I went up to Fargo and I started. I was driving like through like 3 states every day, so you can't listen to the radio and the music is boring.
Right.
So then it's like, oh, somebody's talking for 3 hours. All right, let me listen to that.
Right. Right. Well, I was moving in 2017. I was moving. I was moving. I was working for moving companies. So yeah, I used to listen to Professor Black Truth like he used to come on every Wednesday and Sunday.
Right, and it was only like 2 years ago where he started doing the everyday shit.
And then from here, I found all them other
Jesse.
Yeah, from Blog Talk Radio. Well, we were on Blog Talk Radio.
Right.
And
I used to call him Mr. Talk all the time.
That's how I found out about Neely Fuller Jr. was on Blog Talk Radio, because he used to do the Produce Justice show. Him and Mr. Bobby.
Right. Okay.
And then we was on Alex Primo's shit, Black Thoughts and Theory.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I met Shabaka initially. That's how I met Shabaka initially. And then Shabaka started.
And the thing that pissed me off with Alex Primo, man, because when Muhammad Ali died, man, I wanted to do a 30-second bell toll to Ali, because in the tradition of boxing, when a champion dies, they give him a 10-round bell toll, right?
Yeah.
Ali was champion 3 times, so I wanted to give a 30-second bell toll.
Yeah. He didn't like that. Well, we used to have a group called Real Hip Hop Music, Underground Music and Culture. That's how I met Alex Primo, because he was the admin in that group.
Hey Jay, you remember when No, I ain't trying to do no. I'm trying to give you the damn radio thing. You get me?
Yeah.
You know, I sound like a walkie-talkie and whatnot.
Yeah.
Remember, that's how the internet used to sound.
That's how it used to sound, just like that.
Like AM radio.
I'm trying to get back in.
Because when I started,
We're on Shabaka Live.
Okay.
We're on Shabaka Live. Yeah, this is the newest AOL.
Mm-hmm.
This is how the stream used to sound.
Yep, that's how it used to sound, just like that.
Oh, and don't let somebody pick up the phone. Don't let somebody pick up the phone while you on there.
Oh yeah.
Look, hey, look, but these kids nowadays, they don't even know what a house phone is.
No, they don't know what a landline is. What that?
Like,
Yeah,
what's that
man,
jack in the
it's
wall
funny you
for?
should say that, Jay, because then gets back here too, y'all. There was a video I saw where grandmothers were out and she had a
Damn, Shabaka went back to the 90s again.
Uh-oh, you breaking up, Shabaka. I don't know what happened.
He sound like somebody calling in from AOL.
And can you hear me
AOL
now?
was back in the 90s, yeah. Late 90s, yep. You got mail.
Motherfucker running.
Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Had to watch that pixelated corn.
Yeah, the monorail. Oh my god.
Hey, that pixelated corn back in the day.
Nokia. I had one of them little Nokias, and then before that, I had a pager. I had what, 2 or 3 pagers?
Man, I got a pager right now, Jesse.
You still got a pager?
Hold on. Through Florida, motherfuckers.
Hey, what? Let's find out.
Hold on.
Oh,
I got a pager right now.
Got a pager.
I got a pager right now.
Does it work?
Wow.
I got to cut it on.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
I got to find a service for it. Hey, look, I was out there with my pops. We cleaning up his his storage and whatnot.
Yeah.
He's like, okay.
Give my opinion now.
Yeah, go ahead, Lady Shay. What are your thoughts on what new Blacc Media Appreciation Matters?
You got to put up that Aries picture with you talking.
No. Listen, just shut up and listen for a second. Here you go. Just shut up and listen.
I only let another Aries tell me shut up.
Shut the fuck up, good. Aries, can't get. Ready?
Damn, boy, what's up with all this hood shit?
Here's how I feel.
I never apologize for how you honestly feel. I'll be the first to tell you that.
Fair use. Fair use.
Fair use. Under the 1976 Copyright Act.
That's my opinion for the day on that.
I love being
You're welcome.
Black.
Yeah. You're welcome, new Blacc Media. And you're welcome.
Tell them your story. To give your testimony. How you found out about the new Blacc Media?
Well, first of all, I let you think that you educated me on it. But I've been knowing because I've been around Black people my whole life. My whole life.
The last 15 years.
Easily. I learned about the new Blacc Media. Yeah. And you had to come on the internet to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything else, I was living a confused biracial, multiracial thing because I grew up with my mother's white or some sort of white. And I didn't know who
She said some sort of white. Not quite, but some kind of white.
Some kind of white. Right, but I don't really have a lot of time with her, you know what I mean? So out of the 46 years I've had with my mother, I could cumulatively put it together in 3 years, right? And we don't get along. We never got along. I thought we did, but apparently I thought we was playing, but apparently not. We don't get along because my mother has some racist moments, in my opinion, right? So she's not welcome in my house and things like that. Just, that's just the way it is. However, I like to read. So I learned about all of our past ancestors. I like to read, so I read. But I had to come onto the internet. I used to have all the pages, so I get like Black Planet, stuff like that. Facebook.
You going way back, Black Planet.
Yeah, I was on Black Planet for a little bit. Yeah, like in so
everybody remember MySpace?
Yes, Shabaka. I had a MySpace
too, but not really. Because I really don't not like to be on the internet like that. I didn't like. Look, I was the type of person. I was born in the '80s, so we would go outside and look for motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So we didn't get on the phone and shit. And I had a pager too. I didn't really like the phones. And doing the work that I was doing, I was all the time have to be online, making my advertisements and whatnot. And so I would get insight coming on YouTube and whatnot, and I'd be perusing for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And I liked because of who I am, I'm heavily divine. So I like attuned to all the metaphysical things.
Yep.
And so I would go to people that were more inclined to be relatable, like
Red Pill, Blue Pill.
Red Pill, Blue Pill. Anybody knew anything about
hoodoo,
Santeria, things like that. They were more black spirited, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because my spirit vibrates.
You need Bianca for Santeria.
Yeah.
Right. But because I know all the modalities and I can do all the modalities, I was like a conduit.
She's a hoodoo priestess.
Right. So
basically.
Yeah, and the main thing is I like palmistry, right? So my teachers were all black. And so my teachers were not only just metaphysically divine, but they were also articulate. They liked to read, and they were good actors, really legitimate actors, like theatrical actors.
Yeah.
Just met one.
Yep.
Right. So they were really in tune. So I would get little knowledge here and there, but it was my best friend growing up, my sister. I call her my sister.
Yeah.
That was really attuned. We would go to school and we would be like in school, they wouldn't talk about Khalid Muhammad. They wouldn't talk about
they ain't gonna talk about Khalid Muhammad, particularly after you did the show on Phil Donahue.
Yes, wait, hold on, pause right there. I've been in my Dr. Khalid Muhammad spirit for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Right, but apparently when I go to sleep, I'm on my shit talking in my sleep.
Yeah.
Reciting this shit, right? And so I've been in my spirit. I've been in the spirit because I felt like everything he said, it was speaking to my soul, right? And so, like last night or whatever, my birthday's on the 1st.
Yep.
So for the last 2 days, it's been hell. I've not celebrated my C-Day yet. I've not celebrated my Surf Day. So
well, I paused all mine, Lady Che.
Hold on a second. I can't pause, but I just haven't been able to because I've been really sick and I have allergic reactions to my cats and dogs and shit. However, I've been in uncomfortableness going on around me. I haven't been able to leave my house on time, right? To go actually experience some shit that I want to do. So today will be the first time I'm gonna try one more goddamn time. And it's my month. It's our season actually. This whole year.
Oh Lord.
Listen, no, it's real shit.
I know.
This whole year is Aries all year long. What about it?
Ashes everywhere.
Okay, guys. My motherfucking house. Let me enjoy my goddamn Newport, sir.
Clean that shit up.
I'm in my spirit all day. But I'll tell you like this. What I've learned is that when Jesse and I got together, Mile High News was at what he was basically that was
Let's
it.
not mention that network, lady.
Yeah.
Right.
The other previous platform.
Let's not even mention. Let's just call it the previous platform.
But what happened was that I had to be recodified. I basically had to be reprogrammed. And the only way it made sense to me was we're at war and you can't have dual alliances, right? Meaning because I'm a mulat, right? Mulatto or whatever. And my
you would still qualify for the auction block.
Yeah, goddamn right I would.
Right.
Yeah, look at a movie called Band of Angels in order to explain all that to you.
It should be a house girl.
Right. And
But,
and because I can't, I'm not a passing mulatto.
She's not a passing mulatto.
Even if you think I am, I'm really not. So you think I can, I don't. The thing is that I had to learn this. We're at war, and at the end of the day, like I've always known, I'm gonna go with my culture, which is us. And I didn't choose the culture. The culture chose me. I didn't choose to be Black first. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Right? And so I knew that from jump. I just had to make it. He put it very clear. We're at war. There's no such thing as dual alliances.
Right.
You pick a side, pick it now, and stay there. Cool. We're at war. I picked the Black side, like always. Right? Like the Crip side. Like the so I've always been on Black. Yes, right. Goddamn right. And I stayed there, and I don't revere. I don't never code switch, go off. You know what I mean? I'll call a motherfucker a colonizer to her face.
Yep.
Right? Like that. Like Jesse seen the other day.
Yeah.
Right. I'll give you a prime example. We could have got it on camera, right? Mm-hmm. But we didn't. That lady ran for House District 8, right?
Yeah.
And she got the seat. The same time Jesse was running.
Yeah.
Right? And she raised all this bread, right? Mm-hmm. She got the seat. We were putting in work, and we thought we could have got an endorsement off the work we do legitimately.
Right.
But these motherfuckers said no, they choose to go with their white friend, right?
Yeah.
When she comes into our Black spaces. Now, when I say the Zion Center is Black space,
it really is.
It's Black space in a Black neighborhood with the Black elders, and that's where we go to celebrate our cultural shit.
Right.
Right. And so that's where Jesse took my motherfucking cornbread.
Oh yeah, right? You go eat your cornbread.
Yeah, he did. Right on camera, dude. Right. So, right, I go there and I get a chance to speak to this bride. And I ask her what she's doing for Black people. She runs off some bullshit. I said, so basically nothing. And I tell her she's pandering to the community. I say, look, I don't appreciate you pandering to us. I wouldn't call it pandering. I call it pandering.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I said, you come into our spaces to pander to us, and you don't got no tangibles. Mm-hmm. I said, let me tell you what I see. All I saw when I reviewed your website, I saw you do specific photo ops. Like you was up in the motherland with our little Black babies, right?
Yeah.
And you culture appropriated, came started a business, but you don't send no bread back to them little Black babies with AIDS that you was so happy to be around, right? You ain't never send no money back to those people.
Yeah.
Okay, that's off top. I said, second, you got you with your white friends holding up a brown sign say Black Lives Matter. When we was tearing up the motherfucking city, right? Two white friends holding a brown sign that's written hands, I would say Black Lives Matter. Cause come on, that's performative, right? I got cuz and everything. I said, secondly, you're pandering to us. I said, you come into our community. I live in this community. It's my community. I said, and I did a wide movement. I said, this ain't your community. I said, no, that's not here. Like a wide space, like
and they ain't never caught a charge.
You may live in the area.
I just want to cry in the car.
Yeah, this ain't your people's. You're not Black. You come into a Black woman's celebration day.
Yeah, it was Black Women History Month.
Right. And
celebration. What the hell is you doing here?
Right. So the only people that should be in there is Black people.
Yes. No, I think everybody can come to celebrate. Don't center yourself into this shit.
Listen,
everybody can come there to celebrate our Black women. I want everybody to come celebrate Black women. But y'all better not put y'all LBGT or that type of.
No, she was on the flyer because they had a candidate section.
So she showed up for the candidate.
She showed up to run, so she could have a little dialogue with the community to get the Black.
Well, her dialogue should have been Black first. Period.
She can't have the Black vote.
I agree.
Listen, I told her she can't have the Black vote. I said this much.
Hey, Che, if you running for mayor, right?
Hey, let me finish.
Hold on, let me Che finish.
My bad.
You can't. You're a colonizer, cuz you don't give back to the Black community. that you came and pandered to, which means they came in there and sold a lie to the black people to get the fucking vote. That's how she got the vote, right? Earlier. I said, but you don't get the black vote this time. She said, what? I said, no. I said, because you don't have no tangibles. Right. I said, we vote for tangibles. What's in our best interest? She said, she started running off some generic shit. I said, that's for everybody. So basically, you're not doing nothing. Because we barely see you on the Senate floor.
Right.
Or the House floor.
We barely see her,
we barely see you, period. This is the first time we see you. I said, you running for an agenda.
You know, we're just living everything. We hardly see that bitch.
Party first and running for an agenda that's not aligned with the black people here. I said, now these are bourgeoisie, boule.
Yeah.
And said that
Divine Nine.
I said, they don't count.
Hold on, that's me now. That's me.
They need our vote, which is the black vote, which is the regular people's vote. We're black. We're regular people. I mean, we really got real needs. She said, like, what do you need? I said, what do you think we need? How about you sponsor the reparations thing we got going on?
Right.
The thing that got going on. A crime bill.
Well, neither one of you guys were slaves way back then. That's just the way it was. And I tell people with this shit.
I pulled up on her so hard. I shook her hand. I said, my name. I get it because she know what I said. She know, everybody got the little accolades.
She pulled up on her like the pimp would pull up on one of his
Black
toes.
Panther Party, blah, blah, blah. I said it was so fast.
Like yourself, bitch.
I did because nobody's going to tell them the truth. Right?
I think she went to go cry in the car.
Right. And she walked off like, well, I'm gonna work on something. I said, but don't worry about it. You ain't gonna keep that seat. She's like, I gotta get reelected first. And I said, yeah. And you're not gonna get reelected. Right? Because I was talking to Jesse right there. I said, when you was running against him, she said she turned around and act like he was running currently.
Yeah.
Right? I was like, I said it wouldn't be no big thing to reactivate that website.
Right.
Right? Because it would be
the
no
website's
big deal.
still up. We just gotta update it 2026.
Right, I just gotta activate it, right? And ready. I said it wouldn't be no big thing. And you got the fucking party. A different independent party. The independent is
Man, I donate my little Uber bonus to you.
I have no problem getting on the ballot.
No, not even at
You
all.
get me, Tay? I'll donate my little Uber Eats bonus to you and get that site up and running.
You don't need to.
The site's already up.
No, I'm talking about like just to get it like updated and all of that.
Oh,
You could do it. I did all the fucking work. There was no.
yeah, she
big
did all
deal.
the website work.
I did the work for at least 2 campaigns and my own.
Oh shit!
Yeah, Lady Tay.
I need you to work on my damn YouTube page then.
I need to work on my shit. But I even ran my own shit. But the thing is to stay concurrent, right, with the new Blacc Media and what is actually needed. And I told her, I said, we need a crime bill. Black crime bill, not for everybody. Everybody else got their representatives. Where's ours?
Right.
Oh yeah, you can't Coleman and blah blah blah. I said, but he turned out. He about to be turned out.
Yeah, he's turned out.
I said, but we got shit going on right now. We need. I said, well, you got $1 million worth of whiteness, and you're not utilizing it.
Oh, that's what Dr. Short said last night.
Yeah.
On book stuff. He said when you get the light skinned people or the people even like lighter than you, use them to fucking infiltrate.
Yep.
Yes, and that's the mission, right?
Yep.
I got a guy like this now. You can't tell he's black, but he got a black mammy that look like.
You can't tell me nothing because I've been so integrated through the shit for the last 4 years.
5.
Right? They fear me. They fear when I walk into the room because they know I got like what I call it the cigarette syndrome.
Hey, I'm gonna give you a nickname. I'm gonna give you a nickname from Game of Thrones.
So on the same thing.
Sorry, Lady Tay.
On the same thing. I don't care.
You be walking in there like Littlefinger. They get scared, like, oh shit, the king sent her.
I'm gonna fuck you up. That's what I tell you. I said, I'm gonna come to your house. I'm gonna knock on your door like a crib because you know when I'm coming. I'm just gonna show the fuck up. And I'm like, say something else, cause say something motherfucking else.
Hey, look, I'm gonna have Littlefinger slap marks on my face and everything.
But you know what? He slapped with the left hand.
That motherfucker hurt.
Okay.
That
we
little
talked
hand.
about this shit the other
That
night.
little hand ain't no joke.
Left
Hey,
hand.
right? You know, Jesse.
Yeah, I do.
I'm gonna slap you with a real hairline, cause you better stop.
That shit be coming out of nowhere like Pootie Tang Daddy Belt.
Yeah, but
Right.
goddamn, what?
He knows he got the back left hand slap the other day. Just to fuck with him. You didn't see coming. I was like, you fucking with me, Jesse. And I was in there like, and I did it like bow, like just like a little.
Hey, we gonna have to call the queen of accountability on you, Lady J.
He looked at me like Jesse looked at me with the eyes got all big and shit because it was the backhand, right? It was like just a little tap on the cheek, right? As I was saying, I was like, you better stop fucking with me, cuz.
I think it's gonna be some. I think it's gonna be some backwards shit. They gonna be like, now you see this woman hitting on this big ass man, right?
Don't lie right now, because if I had a camera, it was working.
No, watch, Lady J. It's gonna be a whole thing, right? They gonna set it up like, you see this little girl, this little lady punching on big ass Che, right? Like it ain't gonna work out for her, and they gonna be expecting something different, and then when Che break bad. Lady Che gonna pull out the other hand, and he gonna have a bunch of little finger marks on his face. Like, oh damn! Don't fuck with the little girls.
Fighting those battles.
She's like my bulldog.
She's like
my little bulldog.
Like, man, who the fuck you talking to like that, cuz? Like, because there be motherfuckers talking to them all stupid sometimes. Like, who the fuck you talking out of nowhere?
It'd be like them little terriers. Like you a little ass dog, but you mean as hell. I ain't fucking with you.
I'm from California. Right, that shit lives and breathes in my bloodstream.
Yeah,
ain't no pussy over here. This my pedigree is
solid.
I
just never apologize for how you honestly feel.
So I think it goes back to what you was talking about earlier, Lady Che.
I told her that. I said I'm code switch. I'm black all day, and then there's no confusion about it.
No, but I think it goes back.
They confuse on what side to have. Because they're black side
before
or
and coming to this man that's black, he or she needs to put exactly, Michael.
Anyway, what am I
think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, though, Lady Che.
He said that white Karens treat their biracial children like crap.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
I had a Kayla up in Fargo.
She won't ignore. She, man, she's just.
He called her son my little nappy headed.
Oh yeah, I did remember that. I
remember I'm like right there with her. I'm like, what the, bro? What the?
Hold it, crew. You didn't bomb on
and
that
one that told her kids, "You better clean my house," like
Look.
they was house niggas.
Look.
Nah, you know our parents are always gonna tell us that.
No, but she made the black children clean her house. She didn't make the white kids. She had both white and black kids.
Look, man.
Oh no, my girl, she had both mixed kids, but it was like a damn like a movie because like the baby daddy, guess where he was?
Come out black.
Yeah, big time.
All our children are gonna be the same color. None of them are gonna be my shade. I don't even stay in. Look, I don't go outside, right? I don't be outside.
She darkened up. Lady Che darkened up. She don't be looking like this all the time.
Now she can't pass no more.
No, she be
I
looking
couldn't
like
pass in the first place.
that's a gay brother. I was like, "Are you native? Like, what's going on?"
I was in my Muslim shit too, and those shoes.
Che thought she was Asian.
No, she ain't got no slanted eyes.
No, I don't have slanted eyes.
Man, Kamala don't have slanted eyes.
Look, man,
Kamala is a goddamn chameleon.
Man, fuck Kamala Harris. I'm not gonna do nothing strictly for black people now.
Joe Biden got slanted eyes though. Joe Biden got slanted eyes if you look at him.
Look at me. Shut up. Because of my looks and because I'm big.
Told you, only let Aries tell me that.
Fucking Hawaiian
Aries
or some sort of East Islander. Look, good, cause I'm not. Okay,
I'm gonna have to put my grill in
technical. I got a lot of motherfucking black blood going through me. Okay,
so everybody recognize.
Moorish. We're talking about whatever. Don't let the shade deflect the motherfucking message.
That's what you always
say. She mixed me right. That way I don't have to look like nobody. I look like myself.
And
I'm
bigless.
different. Yes,
You look like my daughter and my niece.
Like
my ex-wife was light skinned as hell.
What did
Alan Clayton Powell.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was pretty, baby.
Motherfucker, blonde hair.
He said,
it says she ain't got no blonde hair.
Didn't have blonde hair. Crew.
Rivero said white folks can't even raise white kids.
That's right.
How they gonna?
Dr. Short said Alan Clayton Powell had blonde hair.
That's right. No, but I live pro black all day. So
how did you hear of us, Rivero?
That's our boy. Oh my God, Rivero. He's been our day. That's our day one.
Friend for a long time.
Oh, okay, all righty, okay, all right. So I'm stupid. Okay, never hurts to ask.
Yeah, that's our day one. He's been a big support.
Well, you know, sometimes it hurts to ask.
Especially like when.
Hey, Shabaka, my dad used to tell me sometimes don't ask the question.
Right.
Just wait, and it'll present. The answer will present itself.
Yeah, I said it was our day one.
That's true too.
Yeah, like
That's true too.
Because sometimes if you ask the question, then everybody in the room know you wasn't paying attention.
A motherfucker like me, Ray, is a more of an asset, especially like a warm-minded motherfucker, like a strategic motherfucker like myself. It is more of an asset than you would think, because I'm not doing it for them. They look at me like, oh, she's gonna be on our side. No, fuck no, not today, crack it.
Right.
But that goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Like what you said earlier, right?
Yep.
You're black first by force, right? Because you tried to get to your white side, they rejected you, right? Me, I'm Boule.
Trying to get to our white side. I think she was just confused about.
No, I'm talking about like getting to her mama and whatnot, trying to be close with them.
My mother told me how to check that box. She never said why I had to check that box. But you talking about when somebody has had interactions with the laws since they were like 7 years old. Do you think the law treated me like a little white girl?
No.
Or a little black girl?
Little black girl.
Little black girl.
And then your mama's telling you, well, stop acting like a, you know.
Yeah, no, they have no problems gripping me up and manhandling me, calling my father to come get me, my brother's father and shit. You know, so it don't matter. Let's just put it that way. The laws are the perfect ones to show you.
Yep, the race soldiers will let you know
what race you really are.
Real quick.
So at 7 and on until today, present day, they treat me like I am. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not doing it on purpose.
No, but that still goes to my point, right? Like I'm Boule, right? Like I was raised in the burbs and everything, Olympic Fields and all of that, right? I used to speak the King's proper English, just like everybody else, just like all these tethers. I used to speak, I used to speak like all of them. You know, like Jason Whitlock and all of them. Like I think I can channel it sometimes.
Just you know, nasal in it.
Yeah, do they coach?
Yeah, but like it's in me. I can speak. Angry Man called me one night. I was drunk as hell, and I'm like, man, what's up? He's like, good. And if you don't get your, I said, Angry Man, what is your proper validation for calling me at this time? He said, well, how the fuck did you switch up like that? I said, nigga, this is how I'm raised. Stop it. No, but my point is, right? I was in honors classes. I was in choir. I was in honors classes. I was in choir. I was in Jack and Jill. I was in everything.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You get me?
Remember Jack and Jill?
Yeah, like that's the Boule shit.
Goddamn raggedy ass cell phone shit.
That's your gateway. Basically, Jack and Jill is like a military school.
Yeah, I know. I listen, trust me.
So then when you get to college, then you know how to cue and and step in all of that. You know, and be a Boule sellout like Roland Martin.
Yep.
So like when I was in my last high school year at Jack and Jill, right? I was like, man, this shit ain't really, something's off about this.
Selling out is something you learn when you're a small child.
She wouldn't know what to do, Michael.
Well, it never took Lady Che.
Well, look, check it out.
It wasn't never in my family. I guess they was trying to get me to, but it never took.
Your brother. You don't tell on your brother. And you get it too. You know what I mean? You don't snitch on your brother. You don't tell on your brother. You come home. You always come back with your brother. You think so? Come home at the same time. This is kind of the things that you live by, like little codes of conduct. You know
yeah, where's your brother at?
He's working.
You better go out and get him.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
don't come back without him.
For me.
And if I gotta come get both of y'all, it's gonna be trouble.
My little brother was trying to be on his best behavior, right? Because he was always getting fucked up. I'm the one who was like, man, fuck this. I'm off of the fence. I'm gone for 3 days. You gotta come looking for me.
I'm gonna tell you, I curved out one time on my brother when I was like 11 years old.
Yeah.
Like we was on the south side and is you
You want to
GD?
try to get our
Is that
shit
the-"
up here.
I said, yeah. And he said, fuck that. We you know, the opposite gang or whatever.
Yeah,
Man, I took off, right? My brother was right there. And then I went back for him. I'm like, damn, I left my brother, my little brother.
Yeah.
And I went back for him. And he was like, man, I'm good. You get me? But my brother told me, he said, after that day, I've never bitched up ever since then. Ever.
Yeah.
Like, not ever.
Not ever.
He's driving me back from Fargo after I got out. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, you doing what you've been doing. Like, you never bitched up ever. You protect. So, you get me?
Yeah.
So, like, that's still to my point. Like, we did something, and it's like she was rejected by, you know, the white side. I was rejected by white folks because I'm boule, but even boule don't mean you ain't shit, you still a nigga.
Right.
You get me?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, shit. Well, if you gonna make me black, I'm gonna be the blackest black I can be.
Right.
You get me? Because it don't matter what I do to try to be white or try to be, you know what I'm saying, or be acceptable. Y'all ain't gonna accept me.
Yeah.
Look, I'll tell you what.
So I'm just gonna be over here.
I have to be
Listen,
bigger
let me
to
tell you
be
something.
black.
Let me tell you something.
I was raised by Black Panthers
Just
and Garvey
aside,
Ice.
and I got many videos where I'm mobbing around. I was going to some sweep or something like that. And there's many videos where they don't even look at me. I'm going down the same sidewalk as them. They don't even look at me. I be intentional with it. Like, hey, hi.
Yeah, she go
Right?
out her way to speak to him.
And
I'm
they
like,
don't
why
even
are you
look at
talking
me,
to
cuz. They
them?
won't even look at me. They won't raise their face to look at me. Right? Or when they do, it's very cringy to me, and I don't like to be touched.
That's because they know they'll get ostracized by their own people for looking at you. Just like looking at black women's hair.
Yeah.
Looking at black women's booty or they shape or whatever. You can't
right now.
because if white people look at black women, then white people won't look at white women no more.
Yep.
Dude, you
They call you an Ann lover in the heartbeat.
Just
In a New York minute.
Tell how fabulous this motherfucking fro is
Oh my
right now.
God, she's on her down. Elder bars,
That motherfucking hair, dude. I went out the other night. I look like, I swear to God, I look like I would have stopped me and asked me for a sack. I look like I was selling dope. I was so pretty. I was like, it was like a recap. I was hoping somebody gonna ask me why much a sack was. I was like, shit.
God.
I look so good. Motherfucker had on my tent. I got this motherfucking light skinny motherfucking long trench coat with a rabbit fur.
Rabbit.
Cause this
That motherfucker cold.
vintage,
It was like one of them Chicago.
You don't be talking about like you a Chicago pimp. I got a rabbit.
It does look like one of those.
Yeah, it just
It's Chicago pimping shit.
I said, damn.
I got on rabbit, bitch.
Jesse put it on, right? And I was like, no.
I look like fucking Nino Brown and motherfucking New
I
Jack
told
City.
to take it off immediately. I said, take that off, cause you no way can you rock this motherfucker. this bitch off. Right? This
Hey, but you know why? You know why that shit looks so good and why it's so revered? Because how many rabbits you got to catch properly to make that coat and then know how to do it?
When you see me tonight, Jesse gonna go live at the place, right? Because we can't help himself.
I'm gonna at
Right?
least show where we at.
Right? But
Hey, Jesse, make sure you stuff her sandals in your socks because she gonna probably be wearing heels. So you gotta keep her little flip flops on the side for when she get tired of wearing them bad boys. My feet hurt.
Yeah.
I can't get out.
She got so damn used to wearing sandals and shit.
I don't like them, man. I was telling him today about that. I was like, look, that's why I'm rocking on a broken hip.
Sandals and Crocs.
I said I wear
Yeah, right. You gotta keep her Crocs in your back pocket because she gonna wear them heels. Talking about let's go out, and you see her heels, you be like, I know how this gonna go.
Right. She actually walks really good in heels.
I walk better than I do in regular.
No, I bet she does.
That's 'cause
All
I
girls,
walk like that.
a lot of girls walk good in heels, right? But they feet get tired afterwards,
I've been a little
especially
lady.
dancing all night.
I've been a little lady since I was old enough to be a little lady. Okay.
And I know Lady Trey don't drink and stuff. So
No, because I drink like a
Damn, I gotta
motherfucker.
get to the next topic.
I drink all day long because I'll drink you under the table. You will fall asleep and I'll still be drinking.
All right, y'all. Let's hear Shabaka make it quick. What you gotta say, Shabaka? about the new Black media, and then we gotta go to the next topic.
Okay. All right. Okay. She'd asked to come on, man. So I'm sending her the link.
Okay, send her the link.
What?
We're only gonna be on for like another
Yeah,
hour.
that's what I'm doing.
So I'm about to roll all these other topics to Front Line Blacc News because I gotta leave in like a little over an hour.
Yeah, and I got to get out here in the streets too.
I'm gonna try to get us a guest, Jesse.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Great.
Don't mention it though. Don't mention it on air.
Okay.
Ray.
Yeah.
I need you to send me. I need you to send me the name of a new. I'll send you the thing.
The music making app.
No.
Oh, Suno.
No. And we need new mics. I need a new mic. I broke my mic.
You just broke the stand. You just
Broke
need
the
no stand.
stand, and then the fucking light, the camera light, and then I just got the chat lit. That motherfucker won't turn on. All of a sudden, I was like, oh my god. But
Well, you caught me right on time because I was filling up my Amazon cart with a bunch of nonsense. So I might be.
Yeah, he might be able to send us all that.
right, because I heard you making the fucking little changes in the voices and shit.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I'm gonna do that too.
Shay can do that with the damn thing I sent him already.
Yeah, I gotta properly install it, crew.
Okay, well I got you, and I think you just need a mic and a cord or something.
Yeah.
For that thing, for when you're at your crib instead of at Lady Che crib.
Right.
Right.
And then also we'll sort out Lady Che.
What?
No, I said we'll sort you out too.
Yeah, all I
Like
need to
after the
know is
stream.
what it is, so I could just go ahead and get that.
Yeah, greetings to you, Maxwell Jenkins. Yeah, he got the wrench too. Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
Maxwell
just
in the
go.
building.
Oops.
Salute, bro, Maxwell.
Yeah, just go oops upside the head, man, when these fucking idiots come in there, man. Just
Right.
pop
No, that's the
upside
brother I was
head.
telling you about. Shabaka, he's in Lancaster.
Hey, but Shabaka, what happens when the
Oh,
idiots? Hey, Shabaka, what happens when the idiots are Aries with these damn ram horns? What you gonna do upside their head? When they head is oops upside everything else.
Man, if they come up here talking bullshit, man, I'm gonna just do this shit. I'm gonna do.
I'm talking about me,
Block them
Shabaka.
motherfuckers up out of here,
I
man.
haven't made him in a minute, Michael.
What
Hey,
about
hey,
you,
Shabaka.
man?
Hey, Shabaka, you hear that?
Yeah.
That's me. That's me
What's
beating
that?
the microphone with my head.
It's been like at least 10 years. My
Oops
grandma
upside
used to
your
make
head, Shabaka.
My grandma used to make all that stuff.
Damn. All right, so I'm asking Sister to come up. She's always got something positive to say.
We're only gonna be up
And
for
so I sent her there via
hour.
the phone.
Another hour at the most.
Okay, so hopefully she can.
all right, so let's get to
Hopefully
the
she
next
can make
topic,
it.
Shabaka.
Yeah.
So
Hey, my mama makes
What's
these.
the next topic?
Can the UN
Shabaka.
Oh, wait a
ever
minute.
generally support reparations?
Can the United Nations support reparations? Hell no.
Generally. So Professor gonna give us an update on that, and then we probably got time for one more topic after that, and then we gotta wrap this thing up.
Wrap this thing up.
Okay, and then whatever we
Soldiers,
didn't
I'm the
cover,
professor,
I'm
and
gonna-
this is the moment of truth. Recently, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution calling slavery the greatest crime against humanity and also calling for reparations as a concrete step towards remedying historical wrongs.
And this
The
alone.
resolution was adopted by 123 votes and opposed by 3 countries, starting with the United States, not surprisingly, but also Israel and Argentina.
Right.
52 other countries, however, abstained
Why am I not
altogether. They
surprised?
just didn't want to have to go on the record with a vote at all.
At
Of
least the
course,
US
these
gave a
countries
great
included the
excuse.
United Kingdom and the European Union member states. So in other words, all those white countries who carried out slavery and who have the most to lose by being forced to divest themselves of the wealth that they stole. And not surprisingly, the white media makes sure in their coverage of this, or rather cover up of it, that they mention things like, well, the reason that this is so difficult is because, well, you see, with the Holocaust, the Jews were still alive to actually testify and demand their reparations. They don't mention that Black people have always demanded that we be compensated for the historical atrocities perpetrated against us. Hell, you got people who survived the Tulsa race massacres still around today, and yet you don't see the white media pointing and saying, see, these were victims of it still alive. So it's not a matter of who's alive and who's not. It's a matter of this has to do with Black people, and their job is to make excuses for it. They are the propaganda arm of white supremacy, after all. Another lie that these anti-Black racists try to use against reparations is they saw that, well, it was legal at the time. Well, you can't hold people accountable for something that was legal at the time. The Holocaust was legal at the time. The Nuremberg laws that the Germans wrote, that's what made the Holocaust legal. But when it comes time to talk about reparations for Holocaust victims, well, you don't get to tell the Jews that, hey, the Nuremberg laws did make what the Nazis did to you legal, so you can't really hold them accountable for it. It was legal at the time. And of course, when it comes to the Native Americans, at least the red ones at least, they don't go to them and say, well, you do know that there were no laws that made what they did to you guys illegal. It was legal at the time. So who was arrested for the Trail of Tears? Who was arrested and held accountable for the various massacres that the white people carried out against the Indians? Who was held accountable for that? Who said that it was illegal? No one. Same thing with the Holocaust. Same thing with the Japanese internment victims. Nobody was sitting there saying that, well, I mean, it was legal at the time, so no. The only time we ever hear that.
It was legal in one jurisdiction and illegal in the other.
To Black people, that's the only time we ever hear it. So don't let them sit there and tell you that crap. And when the white media reports on these stories, they'll make sure to say, well, the problem happens to be the objection on the grounds that it was legal at the time, but they never mention, hey, everybody else who's gotten reparations, all of their mistreatment and the genocides against them, they were also, quote unquote, legal at the time. And yet absolutely no one, including the white media, ever claims that that's some sort of legitimate defense for these people not to receive reparations. Nobody ever says that. They only pull that lie out with us. But with this having come down the pike, one does have to wonder, where are the conscientious Jewish voices like Michael Rappaport and Juliana Margulies at? You know, to make sure that the historical alliance between Black people and Jews in America is maintained. After all, Black people have always advocated for Jews, whether it be the establishment of the state of Israel. Black Americans have never opposed reparations for survivors of the Holocaust or that there be museums for the Holocaust in the U.S., even though the Holocaust had nothing to do with the U.S. It would be interesting to know whether or not there would be some voices speaking up on Black people's behalf. Now, before I go any further, though, I'm not trying to throw cold water on the proceedings, but I looked at the wording of the resolution and the main conversation surrounding it, and it seems to have a lot more to do with Africa and the Caribbean than with anyone in the U.S. The resolution itself makes that clear. It urges the prompt and unhindered restitution of cultural items, including artworks, monuments, museum pieces, documents, and national archives to their countries of origin. Now, that being the case, think about that. Is white supremacy based on the cultural items, artworks, monuments, museum pieces, documents, and national archives of the people that it oppressed and murdered? Or is it based on money? Is it based on resource control? If these African and Caribbean countries who are talking about reparations were truly serious about it, then what they would be doing is they would be putting pressure on the United States. They would be telling the UN, oh, we're not saying anything about Britain or the European Union, at least not yet. But the United States, man, they definitely are the bad actors on the world stage, and they owe those foundational Black Americans, there need to be reparations. But then again, why would they do that? All of these corrupt African and Caribbean countries, they are nothing more than a bunch of beggars at the doorstep of the U.S. begging for quote unquote foreign aid, which goes into the pockets of their corrupt misleaders and whoever the cronies are in their personal inner circles. So why would any of these debtor nations decide that they're going to be biting the pale hand that's been feeding them? The reason that this issue's coming up is because the Black grassroots in the United States have raised hell about it. And with this story, isn't it interesting how the white media is forced to have to admit that support for reparations has gained momentum, especially after the murder of George Floyd? Now, of course, as we know, this has been building much longer than that. But the point is, for the longest time, the white media's been claiming that, oh, there's no support for reparations. Oh, support for reparations, I mean, there really isn't. If anything, it's gone down. And I and others in the Black media told you, no, actually support for reparations has gone up, especially the more that we make noise about it. Instead of Black folks being terrified that everybody else, they just disapproves of anything for us. Since when have they not? The entire reason that you advocate for yourself is not because it's popular, but because it's necessary. That's been a key component of the mind control and the brainwashing that the white media has done against Black people, to make it where Black people are sitting here living in fear of other groups' disapproval. Meanwhile, they could care less what Black people think. When it comes time for them to advocate for what they want, even if it's deleterious and damaging to black people, it's like, oh, well, into every life some rain must fall, right? We stand for justice on the other hand, and all of a sudden we're supposed to be taking an opinion poll and putting our fingers to the wind and hoping that there's no objections. To hell with that. Anytime anything that has been beneficial for black people, or at least anything that isn't harmful to us, is proposed, there's always been a huge contingent of people.
Greetings to you too.
And if black people were silly enough to actually listen to the opinions of other people about what it is that we need, hell, slavery would never have ended, and neither would segregation or Jim Crow. So black folks have to get over this stupid idea that we're going to be winning some popularity contest. No, whatever it is that we need, we're going to have to get it over the massive objections of all these other folks, because they understand that as long as there's a racial hierarchy in place, that floor that they're standing on is actually the iron ceiling over our heads. And what they're really doing is they're trying to make sure that there's no holes that get poked in that floor, because a lot of them, they've been getting by on a racialized pyramid.
Well, see, this is why I've been saying all along to build up our own damn businesses. Then we could do it the fuck we want.
With this UN vote from the very beginning, it smells of basically internationalism. And on top of that, you're taking your eye off the ball. Even if you are an African or a Caribbean person, you can't deny the fact that the entire reason that the UK and these EU member states feel emboldened to say what they're not going to do is precisely because they know that the United States is leading the charge on that. If you want to break this impasse, you're going to have to break the back of the United States resistance to it. There's no getting around that. That's the reason why we've been here before. This is not the first time that the UN has held some vote or another, and that some resolution got passed regarding saying that, well, reparations could be a good idea. This isn't the first time that it's happened, but we're going to need for black people to understand why these resolutions and support reparations past never actually materialized into reparations. They need to understand why that is, and also why a lot of black folks really don't want to get too carried away just because the UN has yet again said reparations. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Whenever there's a serious discussion about reparations among black people, a question that you'll probably notice that gets brought up on a regular basis is, can the United Nations be helpful in the push for reparations? Is it worth the time of anyone in the black grassroots to even try to engage with them on this issue? I've given my thoughts about that proposition before, but it bears repeating, especially in light of recent events. If you were to ask me that question, the short answer is theoretically yes, but in reality, no. Now, I'm not going to get into some long, drawn-out discussion about the origins of the United Nations or any sort of stuff that almost smacks of conspiracy theory, though they are the right place for that. Instead, the reasons for the answer that I give lies in the concept of the United Nations itself. The UN wasn't created as a way for nations to promote the ideals of legitimate human rights, no matter what they may tell you. The United Nations was created for the same reason as its predecessor, the League of Nations, as a place to rubber stamp the political initiatives and agenda of the white nations that were in charge of it. The UN was created so that white countries would hopefully not be so gung-ho to start another world war with themselves, at least, and damage themselves like they had twice in a row. But it was also created to manufacture the phony sham that the countries these white nations were oppressing and dominating had some sort of voice in the international arena that their colonial masters would actually listen to. It's a political and moral fraud. It's also a trick as old as the Romans. If you want to dial people in to be oppressed for the long haul, then you have to create the false impression that they can make change within the very system of oppression they live in. And it's called getting your head bumped. That amount to decades trying to get a political party set up by their oppressors to enact policies to benefit them, and arguing with puppet leaders from the church to the universities to the political arena, all tools of their oppressors. And all the while, these people tell themselves, our system can be made to work if we just do X, Y, Z that Massa said to do. When in reality, the system's inability to meet their needs isn't some accidental dysfunction of the system. It's the system working exactly the way it was intended, to keep the oppressed running on a treadmill like a hamster until the day they die. Name one group of oppressed people who the United Nations has ever come to the rescue of. Name one group of oppressed people who the United Nations has advocated for and used their power to put pressure on their oppressors. Name one group of oppressed people who the United Nations has achieved any sort of reparations for or done anything to hold their oppressors to account. When it comes to justice, UN doesn't stand for United Nations. It stands for the useless nothing. They pay the occasional lip service to this or that issue, but oppressors and corrupt people with power don't listen to words. It takes action to make the corrupt do right, and the United Nations has never put actions behind its words. I'm sure there'll be a few fools, especially if they're the shills and bootlicks and plants, who will say, but the United Nations, they's responded to certain natural disasters, like when they sent peacekeepers to Haiti after they had that huge earthquake. Yeah, and remember what happened afterwards? Peace Corps. Turned out that those so-called peacekeepers were down there raping children in Haiti. That's what they went there for. That's what they were doing. The only thing worse than the UN's inaction is when they actually call themselves doing something for you.
Right.
But that brings us to the people who are actually the most responsible for all of this, and that's the United States, whose treatment by and within the UN is a perfect example of exactly why this organization isn't the kind of folks you run to when you're looking for justice. The United States is not a signatory to the World Court or the International Tribunal. Did you know that? The U.S. is not a signatory to the World Court or the International Tribunal, which means the United States doesn't actually recognize the legitimacy of the World Court or the International Tribunal, although it's handed a number of people over to them. Most people don't even know that. They know that the U.S. will speak in glowing terms about the ICC, and the U.S. has been instrumental in handing certain people over to the International Tribunal, but those are usually the tiny tyrants, the tin-horn tyrants. People who are not mobbed up with the U.S. government or U.S. corporations is what I mean. But the U.S. has never and will never hand over its own war criminals or human rights violators like, say, Henry Kissinger, John Negroponte, and others. And have you ever seen anyone, even Russia, call out the United States for the fact that it's not a signatory to the World Court or the International Tribunal? Have you ever seen even one Secretary General of the UN ever condemn the United States for its hypocrisy on this?
Nope.
They haven't, and they're not going to. But the only thing worse than the agreements with the UN that the U.S. hasn't signed are the ones that it did. You see, although the U.S. is not a signatory to the World Court or the International Tribunal, it is a signatory to the UN's Genocide Convention. Though you wouldn't know it by how the U.S. responded to the genocide in Gaza. The UN's Genocide Convention was first drafted and voted on in 1948. But the U.S. didn't sign on to it until 40 years later. Why did it take so long? Because the U.S. government demanded that it not be bound by the very Genocide Convention that it signed. That's right. The U.S. government demanded that no charge of genocide against the U.S. could even be submitted to the Genocide Convention without the U.S.'s specific consent. Yeah, how helpful would that have been to the German government during the 1930s and 40s? You can't claim you committed genocide unless you can get us to actually consent to it and say, yeah, we did it. And that goes not just for genocides that the U.S. has committed in the past, but it also goes for any accusations against the U.S. of genocide in the future. So the United States said, yeah, we'll go ahead and sign on to the Genocide Convention just so long as we're exempt from it. And the United Nations, this august international body dedicated to principles and rules, they just accepted this special exemption. Why? Because the U.S. is the only country that actually puts some kind of force behind some of the UN's resolutions occasionally when it suits the U.S.'s specific interest. Nothing that would actually change the balance of power, mind you, but the truth is these other countries are more than content to just sit back while the U.S. occasionally pretends to be policemen to the world, or rather dirty cop. But this is a reminder, white supremacy is a global system, and all of these non-black people, and in fact a lot of the black ones in these so-called international bodies, are in fact willing auxiliaries of white supremacy. Most of them were hand-selected by white power to be heads of state, or at the very least, they did everything they could to ingratiate themselves to white power once they got to become president of this or prime minister of that country. To better understand what you're seeing in the UN, let me go ahead and give you a couple of examples of how things happen at the UN or some of its affiliated organizations that gives people the completely misplaced hope that, oh, this organization actually can be used to push for justice. My very first video on this channel was about Ronald Reagan and his racism. A large part of that video dealt with how in 1971, the white right were raising all that hell when those African nations made sure that China was voted to become part of the UN Security Council, and they removed the U.S. puppet state of Taiwan from that post. Ronald Reagan, who at that time was still governor of California, infamously made a phone call to then President Richard Nixon. Reagan called the African leaders monkeys, among other racialist whining and complaining because the white guys didn't get their way. Reagan also said that the U.S. should consider abstaining from voting in the UN as a way to undermine the UN's credibility. In other words, he was talking about weaponizing non-participation with a system that didn't serve his interest. That's what the video thumbnail, by the way, said, the white supremacist guide to not voting. And then you have another example, this time from recent history, when South Africa led the effort to get the International Court of Justice to issue a probable cause ruling against Israel for its genocide in Gaza. And that ruling by the ICJ was successful despite the US and other white powers' efforts to stop it. And that ruling led directly to the International Criminal Court issuing an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu for crimes against humanity. Now, there's two things that need to be noted about these two events. First, neither the ascension of China to the Security Council nor the rulings against Israel or Netanyahu had anything to do with benefiting Black people. That's the very first thing that needs to be remembered. No matter what kind of events going on and no matter how significant those on the white left may try to tell you that it is, notice how it's never anything that's benefiting Black people. In both of these incidents, you had Africans acting on behalf of non-Black people, bending over backwards to benefit these non-Black people, people who have categorically failed to reciprocate so much as once. And secondly, both of these events involved forcing the UN governing body and the ICJ, which is part of the UN, to do things that they were not designed to do. The UN was not designed to be a place where Black people could make a demand or leverage their vote or their voice and then have some sort of effect take place afterwards. In fact, it was set up specifically to stop that from happening. The United Nations was not meant to have China on its Security Council. It was meant to have a puppet state of Taiwan there simply for appearance's sake. Secondly, the ICJ previously had been lampooned and ridiculed as being the African Court of Justice because all they ever did was indict African warlords and despots. That's what it was meant to do, not to go after white people. So the Africans, riding the wave of huge campus protests in the U.S., which Israel desperately relies on to support, and with help from conscientious white collaborators from places like Ireland and elsewhere, they forced the ICJ to do something that it wasn't designed to do. The ICJ wasn't designed to punish white people. That's why they never did it. All of the racism, brutality, murders, and oppression and genocide that Black people have been subjected to for the last 100 years at least of the UN's existence. And yet, for some strange reason, whether it be the Jim Crow South or apartheid South Africa, you never saw the UN or any of its affiliated organizations do anything on behalf of Black people. Nobody was sitting there going, you know what, we're going to indict the US on a probable cause of genocide or do it in South Africa either. They never did that, and they haven't. That's why after the South Africans imposed their demands on the ICJ, you had the Biden administration who suddenly felt the need to recommend that there be 2 African nations added to the UN Security Council, but the Biden administration said they cannot have veto power, which makes being on the Security Council completely pointless. If you can't stop the US from rubber stamping some unjust policy or other, then all you are is an impotent witness to whatever these white countries want to do, which was the entire reason the Biden administration proposed the idea in the first place. Didn't matter if the UN didn't, because it wouldn't matter if the UN didn't do it. It was meant to manufacture the false image that the Africans were being taken seriously in the UN. See, we're responding to what these little Negroes have done, when in reality, it was a pathetic PR stunt meant to pacify the Africans from bringing any more.
See how many times you say my name?
And don't you know that after Biden made that proposal, you had people saying that the Africans should accept this second-class status?
No, but he says it's like in reality.
They'll be full members of the Security Council, and they'll actually have a veto. Some people never learn. But understand that neither the 1971 vote to put China on the Security Council nor the international suit against Israel had anything to do with Black people. And at no point have these African nations done anything on behalf of foundational Black Americans or even for other Africans or Caribbean people for that matter. So if somebody's thinking about going to the UN, I'm not saying don't do it. What I am saying, who the hell are you going to go to? Who's going to be your advocate, or at least who is going to be vouching for you at the UN? These guys don't even vouch for other Black people from their own countries. And there's also a third thing that needs to be mentioned. The ICC did issue its arrest warrant against Benjamin Netanyahu, but you couldn't tell by looking at him because this war criminal has been freely
Then
going
go
in
book his ass. Then go pick the motherfucker up right now.
to arrest him, and that includes the United States. And yet, none of these countries has lifted a finger to do so. Nobody's been calling for any sort of sanctions against any country that allows the war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu to come in and not do anything about him. Nobody's done anything at all. No demands for sanctions, no resolutions condemning anyone, nothing. Both during Biden's administration and now Trump, the U.S. has continued to fund Netanyahu and to back him both diplomatically and militarily. So the member states of the UN defied their own arrest warrant. And yet nobody claims that this is the end of the UN. Japan
I wish the hell that could have happened to me in L.A. County. Nullified their own arrest warrant.
However, the UN has been recognized as being nothing more than an international social club for so long, people don't expect it to do anything. And so they don't. When the 2020 uprisings went down, where were the African nations at to ride for us? You didn't need to wait until the Gaza genocide for a reason to bring suit on behalf of a group of people being oppressed and killed with impunity. You have tons of examples right here in the United States, and yet nobody said boo. And all of those conscientious white folks who were standing with South Africa at the ICJ, these same people didn't decide to bring any sort of measure on our behalf. And China, who was so happy to get help from Africans so that they could get put on the UN Security Council, they didn't lift a finger on behalf of the Africans.
Hey, I'll shout out you out in one of my tracks. My nickname should be Mansa Musa, because honestly, everywhere I go, I spend so much, I screw up the economy.
China did lift a couple of fingers. Twitter fingers.
Shout out Mansa Musa, because Mansa Musa proves that it was niggas here before Columbus.
Protesters in Hong Kong and how these were such massive human rights violations. The Chinese government responded by trolling Trump with a tweet that simply said, "I can't breathe." Remember, this was going on at the height of the George Floyd protests. Just like all of these white countries, the Chinese...
Mansa Musa, he sent his brother over here and he never returned, right?
But rather than
ain't that the story?
For justice for us,
that's even the Pan-African story, right?
Instead, the Chinese took.
So how come it wasn't black people over here before Columbus?
It is nothing more than a way to get a dig in on one of their political rivals.
I can't deal with no goddamn
one and only time that China ever did something like that. Black people put China on the
Hey, Shabaka, you're in Las Vegas, in the middle of America. Shabaka, you're in the middle of America in Las Vegas. There's no snow there.
At all. Now
there is no snow there. You keep coming with this damn snow bullshit. It snows in Africa. What are you talking about?
Chill doesn't know
there ain't no goddamn snow out here, man. I ain't in the mood for your drunk motherfucking ass, man.
Reparations as a concept could be seen as justified, but that's as far as it went. Not one UN member state or figure in the UN has ever pushed for a resolution about reparations. That's because a lot of these countries, including China, would also open themselves to demands for reparations from the people in the countries that they
There's snow in Africa and there are deserts in America.
Slave plantations.
That's all I'm saying.
In the slave trade and in the savage human trafficking.
We are Mississippians.
That's why they'll make noise about Israel, but when it comes to justice for foundational Black Americans, they
ain't most of the Mississippi River,
because we alone represent,
like especially down south, Che, most of that
includes the African nations.
Better than African weather.
They all benefited from our enslavement and oppression. All of them have the same political and financial exposure from our demands. They all understand that to be the elephant in the room whenever it comes to talking about foundational Black
Tennessee, Georgia,
it wasn't until recently that we put our
Louisiana, Alabama. Jeez, are you telling me? Okay. You don't like snow?
My point is that on paper, you would think.
So we're not from here, from Alabama?
And if the U.S. legal system actually operated on the basis of law and not on the basis of white fiat, then we would have had reparations long ago. And so many of these other anti-Black laws, violence, and policies we're subjected to would have been punished as well.
My only thing is because Shabaka be talking about that snow shit. And it's like, what about Arkansas and Alabama?
That there be massive criminal trials after the fall of apartheid South Africa.
No, I said Arkansas and Alabama is hot as hell.
It does snow there.
Everybody else, especially if it happens.
Right, but it snows in Africa too.
Kids must roll. But when white people are the ones,
that's why I say what he's talking about, the snow and the cold weather, don't make no sense.
Especially folks in Africa who did exactly that.
That's
Theoretically, the UN could be used. The reality is, we don't live in a world of theoreticals. We live in a world of what is. In this world, white power.
Just because you would debunk doesn't mean I'm drinking.
Reparations.
I'm not even drinking. So how about that?
Conversation they won't even engage with. Even when you see things that you think are fighting white supremacy in the UN,
I am drinking.
realize
Don't let me tell that
a
lie.
little bit closer that it's all just political theater set up from the start to only go so far and no further. If the UN was a genuine and legitimate organ of justice, it would have already raised reparations.
Hey, if you don't sit your drinking ass down, girl.
The 60s would have been the time when they would have done that, or the LA riots in the 90s.
I appreciate it.
2020 uprisings.
And tell Jesse, send that.
Was the first black
I made you an Aries picture too.
The UN, and did he stick up for us?
I'm gonna make one for Jesse's birthday too.
The UN didn't say a word on our behalf because it's not designed to attack white power, which, if they were to stand for black empowerment, is exactly what they would have to do. The UN was designed to insulate it, to sprinkle sugar on crap and get everybody else to say, see, this is something that all of us benefit from. The UN stands for us all. Even the little good, and I put good in quotes, that the UN has done wasn't intentional. These were instances where it was forced to do things that it wasn't designed to do. But even then, the allegedly big things that were being done actually weren't that big at all compared to the massive changes that foundational Black American demands would bring about. Now, again, I'm not saying that the UN cannot be made to be useful to pushing reparations. I'm not saying that it's utterly impossible to make the UN into a momentary tool of justice. I'm not saying that it's undesirable either. I'm not saying that there's no value, no point, and no purpose in trying to push for or otherwise pressure the UN into promoting reparations. What I am saying is to be realistic about why the UN hasn't done so up until this point. Understand why you see what you're seeing, and that if there is going to be any sort of meaningful promotion of reparations in the UN, the only way you're going to bring that about is to do what happened with these other minor issues in the past. And that is, you're going to have a way to make the UN do something that it wasn't designed to do. But unlike with these other issues, don't expect to be seeing any conscientious white liberals coming to the fore and saying, well, we really should be doing something for these black folks in America because they've suffered for so long and they've done so much good for everyone else. Don't expect that to be the kind of talk that they do. And don't expect any of these African countries to be suddenly saying, you know what, we should be pressing a case on behalf of foundational Black Americans.
Hey, give me a pause. Tay, if you can, give me a pause so we can talk for a second.
The UN to do something it wasn't designed to do. You would also have to be prepared, if necessary, to contend with the fact that these guys actually will be sitting here saying, well, reparations, I mean, especially for you Black Americans, that's an issue of the past. Don't be surprised if you actually have some African countries who suddenly realize, oh, we're going to speak on reparations so that we can say that Black Americans shouldn't get it. And by the way, that also goes for a number of these Black politicians in the U.S. Look what the NAACP did. Those guys were leading the charge out there in California against cash reparations. And don't you know that the UN would have no problem at all giving those fools a platform, just like they did for Mark Lamont Schill? Go ahead and let those guys have some airtime. Why? Look at James Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, talking about reparations. We should be doing something else. And he's being followed by the new tether.
He's running against his own daughter,
who's also saying, well, you know, I'm not going to get anything, so they shouldn't either.
That's some crazy shit.
Kind of thing to happen.
I thought he was going
to put his daughter wouldn't be just saying, well,
no, he's running against her.
Expect them to throw roadblocks and stumbling blocks in your path.
Just so nobody else can get in the fucking race.
Look at the uniquely contentious path you would have to walk in order to force the UN to actually do something decent. What I'm saying is, dealing with the UN would be no less difficult than dealing with the forces of antagonism.
See how you said Arkansas?
Yeah,
but
he didn't say the S. It's the same with Illinois.
Gang of international socialites.
It's not Illinois.
These guys basically bow and scrape whenever
it's Illinois.
Boo. Yeah. Truth be told,
I was finna put on my goddamn.
If you actually can bend the
and that's 2-time face. It's just Illinois.
Leaders here in the United States. Well, the UN suddenly would actually start talking differently too. I have no problem with anyone who wants to take out the time or the
Illinois
try to influence
Illinois
to finally stand for decency for the first time in its
no
existence.
S.
But based on what I've seen of these guys and their past,
It's like
history,
Arkansas.
the only united
No
nation
S.
that I'm actually interested in
Only time you
is
pronounce the S is when
uplifting
you
the
say
nation full of
Kansas.
Black
Hey,
Americans.
Che, check me out.
here at
No
home.
S. Like Illinois.
Good day.
Yeah, no S.
Like
And
Arkansas.
I'd like
No
to take a
S.
moment to mention some of our contributors: Osiris Sproul, BC, Ladane Hayden, Shrampstein,
Yeah,
and
that's 'cause it's
Cyberdyne
Illinois.
100. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening,
that's
liking,
wrong.
and sharing this message. Black empowerment only
Hey,
exists because of you.
Cyberdyne be all over the place, don't he?
Yeah, shout out to Cyberdyne.
That motherfucker support new black media so much.
Yes, he does. Shout out to Cyberdyne. He been over here too.
Right, he be on every channel.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest to the smallest. You get me? Mine and yours to Tyreek.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga's right there. Shout out to Cyberdyne.
Let's do that. I seen him over there too.
All right, so I got time for one more topic. And then we
Damn, we were supposed to talk about something in between videos. I forgot what the fuck we were supposed to talk about.
Good.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, shut up, Lady Che. I had to be able to say it. Aries to Aries. Don't slap me,
I gotta
Justin.
make a run for Lady Chase, so she gonna hold it down while I go make this run.
Yeah, man. So talk your shit.
Oh Lord, now I'm stuck with her.
Yeah,
Oh Lord.
with Lady Che now. Two Aries. Oh my God.
Hey, look, we just gonna be button whores on the side of the mountain.
No, I'm kidding.
Ain't none of us gonna fall off.
Okay, thank you for coming through, Rivero. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Guerrero.
You know how us ghosts do.
Don't forget to subscribe. So
Did you give her that picture that I sent?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, man, what that? Hey, you know that the Aries is a star system also.
About at least 2 times. no milk, no jelly. Breeze had me cracking up with that shit.
Oh, hey, vibration talk about Iroquois.
All right, so Lady Che gonna hold it down on this next topic, but this is ABK.
I can't read anything.
Ancestral.
Give her your glasses.
Look,
Karma.
I couldn't read if I wanted to. I'm all the way over here. He's at the computer.
Oh, you're a real Indian. You can't read.
So Ghana did all this shit with the UN. And
God of War.
The next day they got hit with floods. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that, and I'm gonna make this run for Lady Che.
Man, why you gonna put Lisa on? You know I don't like. Well, I love Lisa, but I don't like women talking about war.
She's not talking about wars. She's talking about what happened in Ghana.
Which is what Ghana. No, the rain that came back from Brook.
Shalom. Good
Yeah.
to see you all here. Hope you're doing
Oh, yeah.
well. All right, so we're going to talk about.
I sent my daddy this shit. He ain't talked to me since. I ain't talked to my daddy in 2 weeks.
For reparations.
Since Ghana did this bullshit.
A lot of our people were upset because, you know, lately these African
Hey,
nations.
Che, grab me one too.
To speak on
Going
our
to the
behalf,
LQ?
and people take deep offense to that.
I might need the
because
papers or something.
They don't want Africa trying to claim our reparations. They're really not in any position to claim it.
Just pick
now. The AU
just pick me up
was
a
on
PlayStation
that
5.
a little earlier
all
this year, making us the 6th region.
They got mics in the
and
controllers.
claiming they were going to be the spokesperson for our reparations. And a lot of people were upset and did videos and expressed how they did not want the AU speaking for us.
You still here, Jesse?
Well,
you
Donald
supposed to
Trump
be on the
pretty much
road.
got that down.
leaving.
Donald Trump led
Man,
the
you
AU.
still here?
No, they were not entitled to reparations. You know, and no one in Africa, he went as far as saying nobody in Africa is entitled to reparations.
Exactly.
So that's why you don't
No, there
hear
are a few
anything
that
more
are.
about the 6th region and all that stuff they were trying to get in place to steal our reparations. Now, since then, Ghana has come to the forefront. But I have since found out Ghana still got slavery going on. They're still selling people they're capturing into
But Lisa
slavery.
using
They're
a
doing
picture.
it to this very day.
Oh man, if I
And
used
no,
a picture
Ghana,
like
you're
Lisa,
not entitled to reparations for the transatlantic slave trade. And if anything, you owe us too.
exactly that
Any
part.
of you West Coast
Slave
African
sellers.
nations who were selling people and those folks ended over here in the Western Hemisphere, you would owe reparations. Nobody owes anyone in Ghana. Are you for real? Nobody owes y'all a thing.
And that president,
Well,
that president came from the
trying to
slave
really
selling
clean
tribe.
up after the UN hearing, and the president of
You hear me,
Ghana
Lady
flew
Che?
all the way over here to New York City, and he went to the slave burial site to place a wreath and I guess their version of prayer.
Brooke cursed
And
his
of
ass.
course, they were picketed out there by FBA, reminding
Sister
them
Brooke cursed the hell
we're
out of
not
his
the
ass.
same. And they didn't want Ghana representing us when it comes down to reparations.
Okay.
In fact, Ghana owes reparation. So anyway,
I only need it for.
he only came for that one day in New York City, and then he left and went back to Ghana. Well, just a few days later, after he arrived back home, Ghana got hit with a pretty big flood. And many of our people are online saying, you know, the ancestors cursed Ghana, or he flew back with a curse on him because those
Sister Brooke,
slaves in the
Sister
burial
Brooke
site
said there's
had
a
nothing to
curse.
do
You're
with
flying
Ghana.
back with it.
So
And the day after,
anyway,
says
I'm gonna
Breeze
show
Omega, hey,
you
there you
all
go.
it flooded over there in
There
Ghana,
you go.
y'all. It was bad. And this flood happened in a 7-hour period.
Biblical.
So this is like,
Shout
I
out
think
to
it
Brooke.
happened maybe like 2 days after the president got back from New York City.
Our ancestors
so,
gonna follow you
you
home.
know, some people are saying it's the Most High, which is always the Most High. We already know that. It's always the Most High. So let's get
And
to
you
it,
see
y'all.
what happened.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
I had to concentrate for a second. Let's do something serious. All right. What was you saying now, Gus? I took off the headphones. I was mind my own business.
Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Africans, our ancestors will follow you home since you decided to disrespect us.
Sound like the devil.
That's what Brooke said.
Thank you.
And they followed the president home and his whole goddamn, like, this is exactly where the president of Ghana is from. Like, that's exactly where the president of Ghana is from. And that shit.
May the ancestors follow each and every one of you home for the disrespect.
There we go.
Today, our ancestors will get their lick back on you.
Yeah, they got that lick back. Oh, I swear they got that lick back.
The ancestors will take revenge out on
God.
You're trying so hard.
They forgot where Bloody Mary came from.
That our ancestors are making right now.
They forgot.
Within us, may the ancestors
I got Papa leg butt tattooed on me, but I got the Genyami on. I'm gonna get this Genyami covered up.
disrespect that you have shown today. It is not our fault that you went into neighboring towns and villages and stole people. It's not our fault that you sold your mothers, that you sold your fathers, that you sold your brothers, that you sold your sisters, that you sold the teachers.
That's Melrose right there.
Everybody, you sold.
That's Melrose Radio.
And now you have a brain drain. That is on you. Your nation will forever be cursed until you do right by us. Until you do right by the foundational Black Americans.
Shout out to Melrose.
Will forever be cursed. That is
He got on his Rothko pants.
It's a year of return. We all know that your home country was broke. That's why you had the year of return. That's why you trying to get us to come home. No, but that is not our home. We are home. The place that stole us can never be home to us. We are home.
Man, I swear this goat face looks like me right now.
From the turmoil that you caused on
Like
your
Brooke is.
sound.
Eesh. Yes.
Y'all went through all that trouble of doing those rituals to make sure that the 1% of people that were sent here to the United States, that their souls could not remember where they were from or how to take revenge out on you. And look, you brought your behinds over here, and now they followed you home. You showed them the way.
Amen.
To enact revenge on you.
1 week later.
Hey, move that Grand Rising, Justin. Show the whole video.
Ghana, March 30th, 2026.
Like, move that Grand Rising,
Still on
Jesse.
floods, the
Blocking
Ghana
the video.
Meteo is warning residents in the Ashanti, Eastern and Western regions to prepare for more consistent rainfall in the coming days. Accra and some other parts of the country have already experienced the rains this dawn, with flash floods in some parts of the city. According to senior meteorologist Joshua Samoa, these regions will experience intermittent but sustained rains throughout the week.
Big booty girls out there floating in the damn dirty water.
Ghana, Ghana, Ghana. Oh, Ghana. Oh, Ghana. Oh, Ghana. Y'all came to America last week. Well, your people came. Well, let me say the president and his people came to America last week and disrespected my ancestors' grave by laying a wreath down and doing a prayer over my ancestors. And I think that was bad for y'all to do that. Our ancestors don't want y'all bad luck prayers praying for them. Our
voodoo.
They want that. Our ancestors peep the play. Our ancestors know that the enemy, who the enemy is, y'all are the enemy. You Africans are the enemy to Black Americans on this land. It is. And reason why I say that, because it's mighty strange. Even though it does flood out there in Ghana, but it's mighty strange how y'all flooded now. 700 homes gone, people missing, dogs gone, chickens gone, Mary Norris cow just floating in the water and shit. Happy they gone because they wasn't eating anyway. They gone. That's what you get for playing with our ancestors. Trying to get something that is not owed to y'all. Trying to get something that y'all have nothing to do with. It's sad to see people lose their lives. I would never get on here and be like, I'm happy that they lost their lives. But I ain't mad about karma. And I'm one of them people don't believe in karma too much. But that's just too much like in my face was going on with you Africans. The ancestors don't play with us. You see what's happened to these white folks. Now you see what happened to these Africans. And I enjoy every minute of it. And for the Black Americans that's in those flooded areas, I hope you're okay, but the ancestors ain't taking no losses. They ain't trying to help nobody. They don't care. Because guess what? For all my Black Americans that's in Ghana, the ancestors gonna lump y'all with their ass. I said, okay, you want to help them out. You want to push this Pan-African shit to my people. Guess what? Your house gone too. Your dog gone too. And eventually you're going to have to come back home to the real motherland. Anyway, salute.
Very, very painful. Oh. Very, 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 very painful. Very, very painful. Share the video. Share the video.
I've been working all the summer, getting my bread up and shit, moving from place to place.
Ok, ce gars parfait, les blocs parfait. Au dame de la famille qui est.
It's flooding in Ghana, but have y'all seen the way these people live? This is not even comparable to a shack. This is more like a shed. You know where you keep the garden tools at, the hoes, the shovels, the rakes, and how could your president fly in a private jet, charter a private jet to New York to make a case against the UN for reparations that's not even owed to him, living in the luxurious hotels that he lived in while he stayed in New York?
Y'all, this is why you don't let these people get away with talking shit about doing better than us, because they love saying that all over the internet, how they're doing so much better. They have, let me tell you something, they have never done better than us. Never. Okay, even back in the 60s, they have never done better than us. It is a lie. You see what their villages look like. Y'all, it ain't fit for humans. But I bet every dime in my wallet, if you went back 50 years, that place probably looked the same even back then. But don't ever let them get away with saying they're doing better than FBA or they're doing better than us. It's a lie. It's always been a lie. This is pretty much what Africa looks like. All right, let's go on.
One of the most expensive cities in the world, and your people is back home living like this? How could you be a prideful president when your people is not even living in shacks? This is like U.S. sheds, right? Like the most impoverished areas in the United States, the most dangerous ghettos in the United States. This have that looking like upper middle class. Upper middle class, bro. Your house is on toothpicks. Like toothpicks is holding it up. Like, can this survive, let alone a flood? Can it survive heavy winds? It looked like it will float away like litter if the wind blew too hard. But your president living a luxurious lifestyle. Like, how?
Ain't it crazy? Gunna just got hit with one of the floods that'll make you think twice about life. Right after traveling to New York and desecrating on our ancestors' names and playing on our top at the UN. I don't wish no harm on nobody, but we warned y'all that the fight that you up against is way beyond us at this point. You can't do nothing about what's finna come hit you, Gunna, in the next 2-3 months, and everybody that was with you. You can't do nothing about it. And this is my ancestors speaking through me. It's finna get a whole lot worse for y'all. You just left.
I don't know how you got off the stage.
New York. Couple days later, you got hit with a flood. We keep warning y'all and y'all keep playing these games. But you gonna continue to see. You ain't witnessed nothing yet. And I do repeat, this ain't just for you, Gunna. It's anybody that was with you. Be prepared.
Go na Georgia. I like Bema. Me brother me updates na area ka achinte of the flood yakava chaka jato gra bokoma. Na me update that this is just a little video. Joe achiatia ka bike o chiade. La le ke chakwa do state university award. Afenji na proven mo di na o ti mo di dupe 1 hour ta. Ta ekechia cha Ukobe a chamanding po moika or shoe. Chakatala and Davas Bakukade, Amupa home, La Upo home. Tala video ma. This Amadu Koku. Ika a chante, Jafunaika. I was able to get video footage of their compound. Na pia kata chagede homo na ukata ila huko ha meobe be tanke la famula o echala ipele wa ga ko akara ko ala alle agama na modudwa ta chatigera kama ta prime prime ko gade aite goma ya sukuvida la fia ipa certificate kule ipa suku baladu kata echa akulo ko juke any online afia echa mana ko nyabo adamu echa glangede amuru ko home o dilium afia kata konala ameko ko ya ala condemn ya namaki na kulangura afia kata hokata umude afia to ko gra o mai to ko gra pin le na lo ha video Monday, but I was supposed to take this video now after that. I'm not very Honorable Eric Adam Magbana. He was able to come around and then with some NADMO officials. The NADMO so won't give a the capital of Vado. The menu, I like a geo, but I forget you Zolu. I can call you now. The Rapopia, I can make it more. I may have a mala. Now, that can take video of their rooms. That chapel level, Emma, the man that can get off a get over do woman. And I'm actually only get over Hogama. Yeah, that's a former a chiado of Kulubonaya. A chiado of Kulubonaya. I can get up a me, I can get up a machado of Kulubonaya. Da imo ko na fam afia shakodo video footage of everybody exam channel jama utinami video footage ebo you want video kaba aka video ko yiti wa ukonami and it's showing on your screen da zama pa anyema cha record la zama ma maybe cha tani da me ko na drugs vulnerable if from modular they should hurry up if they can do a little drainage already let me let you ta nda kuku suggestion ya bela like no they was water drainage are kebe e chanda to easily kebe chima atima adafuna amado manya apebele ko anya chogo aje to vuvu aje to vuvu ta nda kuku dem na joja if you have any support that you can give to them, to the affected people, please, you can reach out to them. Their walls also fail. Their walls also fail. And then I can take there's a drainage between this particular house and the SRC school. The RC school. Now, no other for my crela because a Ghana for matter. No good job, broke Mazasa. I can't the number school come the Temna, the Zao, school come the Tamo. I can't there's a whole job there. You can move as I was there a cheaper for the Nauta. Yes, and there's no proper drainage system here. That's about what I want to complete actually. Check the children for them over Benjamin. Chimota, Spota Mutuna. That's a proper drainage. I need to what I know. Thanks for watching and follow for more.
Oh, my God. I didn't feel like that big house. Wow, that working out well. I don't laugh at all that. I'm sure. I come up with serious. It's beautiful.
I found some mother. And I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's only the 2 o'clock. It's a kind.
So I'm sorry, why? Here is like making me feel some kind of way. I feel like God, I don't know what this is for. Are we supposed to feel some kind of way about this? Like, we supposed to feel sad or something? I don't know what she's showing us. What about you feel? I don't know. I feel like this is for the children that are working.
Guys, you always over town global. It's a guy. Egblem let a bubu la Ghana to come kudu. Sugar company here. Sugar company here. Eja jagoma 11 examen. Echo by 11 year change jagoma let sugar company. Ke eche no jajavu non stop. Kakse no agbobi alamo veku egajagoma. Educacla, Manyan view, a chola sugacopa, Manyan view clown. Eta, me pofini station male, early restauranta. Zi bonjour down or la gama. Gamanyama etcheto. Early restauranta, a hanyeke, etcheto gama catapio, etcheto gi or half you. Early washing behind, etcheto gama catapio bakoi. Manyagi okoyolo. Who fit out door, Ike Yamale, Eli, washing beer go to Gamma, Gamakata few at each way. Eta Nagobe Agadel, a flower, alo, Sugapokoya, flower moja, a chicho gamma few, the fire color, low land, Aluvala from a Buja, the Chipoma Bujila, a chicho girl, a more former, a more cheerful from a low mujala. Ika Nagobe Echia Jamania HV no chow. Echia Jan non stop. Can walk a cloha, Echigan or Boo Salabe 9 a.m. Considered by 9 a.m. I feel a bit here the cannon. Let's go. El Apodi or Catafube, a chicho, a more former, a chigala more former, Yain Bobona Ponanella. Not Pale, a chicho, a more formal, a chifu, Lagama. And yet the Mamila, Managia Coyolo, a more gifu, toy, chula, Sugacopo calls or Muquia Kachigama of you are.
Right, just be right, correct.
I don't know about the device. Me poly a cheja and rob Manya Giaku a chejalo. Malumania vota ko a chejalo.
Y'all, you know what? You know, they don't have good plumbing in these locations in Africa. So can you imagine all of the raw sewage that's in that water and they're walking through it? I want you to think about that. These villages like this, many of these villages don't even have running water. You know, they literally got to leave and go get water and bring it back. So I mean, I would never want to be there. Yeah, you know, it's got to be a bunch of excrement and everything all up in that water.
All of that like that.
And there, as you can see, walking through it. And I guess really the main transportation are those motorbikes that they ride. Because usually in the rain, even somebody here, even if they got a motorcycle, they'll put that away and get in their car. But that must be their only means of transportation because they drive around that even in the rain. It doesn't matter what the weather's like. But y'all, this is the after effects of the flood that hit Ghana. Like I said, I don't even think it was but a few days after their president went back home from visiting the slaves burial site. And in all honesty, y'all, I don't believe anybody buried there is from Ghana. And that's just my opinion.
What?
I don't believe anybody buried at that site is from Ghana.
You sure? Let me see.
So I guess it is what it is. So, dark skinned brother, thank you for the new membership. I deeply appreciate your support. Thank you for the super chat. Shalom, my warrior sister. Shalom to you, and thank you. Ish Shah 777. Shout out to the Most High for taking care of our enemies, which are His enemies. You got that right. Thank you for your support from my channel, Ocean Soul. Thank you for the super chat. Areas of Ghana look great, so get the full story. Yeah, some areas are, especially where the tourists go. Yeah, they keep those areas nice, but everywhere is not nice. It's like any other place. Everywhere is not nice. But unfortunately, Africa should look a lot better than what it looks like. Let's be real. In all the centuries they've been in that place, and you mean to tell me the villages still look like this? There should be no village that looked like this anywhere on that continent. So anyway, thank you for your support from my channel.
No, 3 your time.
Dark skinned brother, thank you again for your super chat. These people think it's a joke. The time of eating off my people is over, with instant judgment for those trying to sneaky-ish. All praise to the Most High. Those trying that sneaky-ish. All praises to the Most High. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the gift membership, dark skinned brother, and thank you for another gift membership, and thank you for your support. I deeply appreciate it.
Because I only got a limited time. Man, I got him tripping out there for no goddamn reason.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling that judgment will be swift, y'all. We're in those times now.
That shit look like
judgment will be swift. For real. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. My next live is at 3:45, and that's going to be on Australia, where the entire environment turned blood red just before a cyclone hit Australia.
I see.
So I will see you at 3:45. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, right.
I deeply appreciate it, and I will see you then. Shalom,
You don't
family.
do all the topics
Right here.
bit. Yeah.
So this one and that one, right?
Yeah, it's just gonna play next.
Okay, wait.
So pause it.
I know.
A historic.
All right. Go ahead, Jesse.
This is anti-black karma. I don't feel nothing. You try to F around with the ancestors and you F'd around and found out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's it. You gonna tell them bye till later or whatever?
Yeah, we'll be. Lady Chase gonna hold it down, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna know. I got like kind of something else, but not nothing else really going on. So, as I'm gonna sit here for a couple of
more topics.
Couple of topics.
Take like 3 of them.
You tell me what to do. Hey, do not forget. You need to bring yourself back here.
I need you to hand me all my stuff that I left on the table.
What stuff is that, Jesse?
My pens.
Oh my
pack.
God. It's like, yeah, like this shit. Sure. You don't even need this.
That's the dummy pack.
That's it. That's all you got here.
Okay.
Give me my pen. I need to do my budget. Okay, hold on 1 second, family. Just 1 second. Yeah.
So Lady Che gonna hold it down, y'all. Appreciate y'all tapping in.
They know it's good. It's like, look, check it out. I ain't no stranger.
Salute DSB. I'll be listening in the clouds.
Right, and I'll be ignoring them because it'd be in the clouds. So go ahead. Please hurry back. Okay. Sorry. Okay. There's a little mission right there. My leg hurt. I'm sitting in this chair. That's all right. I gotta get another chair.
And the gun.
Okay. You hear me smacking up.
Yeah. In the papers.
Jesus Christ, cuz. Is there anything else?
No,
You was okay. Well, if there was, I'd just act like you the lousy. You got slapped. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
Okay. Love you too. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye for your black.
Bye, y'all. I'm still listening on the clouds.
Say bye, baby. Okay. The dog looking at me. Hurry up, get the fuck out of the room. Close the door, man. All right. Okay, back. All right. Crew, I know you're in here still. I know you're in backstage. You're not backstage, so I'm telling you, your avatar is menacing you. All right. Well, family, I'm in here. I know you haven't seen me for a minute, but I'm actually in here, third party to Grand Rising. Shabaka is off doing his I guess he has stuff to do. And Jesse got stuff to do. Hey, lay down, girl. Get up on the spot. Go lay down. Do what I said, girl. Hey, get your blankets up there later. Right now. Get under them damn blankets. Okay, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Okay. All right. My dog, man. I wish y'all could see her. The thing is, of course I do. I'm a professional. I can do this shit with my eyes closed. I can actually do Jesse all day long. Okay. Like just say, call me number 2, right? Lay down. Lay it down. Lay down. Get under the blankets. It's cold. Get under the blankets, black girl. All right. Y'all didn't see my dog. I wish you could see, but the computer I need to update these do Windows 11 for the camera to work, right? And me and Ray have been trying to bypass that shit for a little bit. Then I got a new tablet for my birthday, and I don't know what happened, but I finally got it all set up. It was working, and then the charge, I think it didn't have no box when it came. It just came with the cord. And you need an extension, like an extension in a box. So I did that, and then all of a sudden it wasn't pulling enough charge or whatever, but it just stopped. It didn't turn on ever again. So I don't know what that's about. Luckily I got warranty. That's whatever. But I wish y'all could see my dog. She's so pretty, black. A little Rottweiler Dobie mix. Little delicate thing. Pretty. She pretty. Little pretty brown eyes. Yeah, I'm talking about you. But yeah. I want to show you everybody. Don't look at me like that. Go to sleep. You know you're cold. You already went outside. Lay down. Get on the blankets. All right. She made me feel guilty like a motherfucker. She look at me, and she's so pretty. She's like, you can't be better. She looking at me like, all right, bitch, I'll lay down. Just because you told me to. And then she look at me so hard, like I did her dirty. All right. What I think about that, I really don't know what to think about that last little clip. If they were showing their misery or their everyday life, and they want us to feel some kind of way, I cannot feel no kind of way about that, because truth be told, we've been watching these little videos of Africa and in certain parts of Africa in their worst shit. So, I felt like we needed to sponsor somebody, but no. Y'all try to take our reparations. Try to come in on the fucking okie doke swoop in. Nah, I'm not really concerned about that. I'm kind of like it's what do I call it? It's distasteful. It's uncivilized. It's like they didn't get the memo. Hold your own nuts to your own colonizers. That kind of shit. It's like you want to just come in after the work's been done. Like no. And it should not be so easy either to swoop in like that. What I'm disturbed about, or what I'm upset about, is that we now need to just come to the understanding that America, the U.S., basically said no and shit in our face as per usual, right? But we need to come to an understanding, our real admittance to ourselves, that the USA shit, they're gonna continue to disrespect us. They obviously think we're playing, and they said no, and then it's so disrespectful because they put everything and everybody ahead of our needs and what not even need. They need to pay this fucking blood debt. It's old. It's old. It's well old. We are in our own black holocaust, the Mayafa. You know what I mean? So you gotta stop fucking around. Like I think what it is gonna have to come to an understanding that, do you really want us to get active like that because we're starting to get upset because you're playing in our fucking face as per usual, and this is a new year and we're not taking it no more. Now we're not gonna do it no more. They're not gonna allow you to continue to just, get at us. It's like basically punking us. Like, you know what I mean? And America did it. When they said no, like that, and it's like, oh, you bitches. We gave you everything. We built everything. The fucking drawers you wearing, we built. We got that. We picked that. We created everything. And this is like, do you really want to see us take it from you? Because it could go that way. It could go a whole bunch of ways. There's been many, many moments in history where foundationals have just got bucked and shit just got crunk. You know what I mean? And motherfuckers were just it's quiet, but when that happens, burn shit down, fucking just do the most. Why? Because we built it, we could destroy it. That's what happens. When they say you burn your own communities, we built it, we can rebuild it. I think it's like they punking us, like they want the purge. You know what I mean? You don't want the purge. Stop fucking with us. Just pay the motherfucking blood debt. Pay the fucking taxes that you've incurred. You see what I'm saying? Stop fucking playing with us and let us separate and segregate. You know what I mean? Simple as that. Let's have our 10, 20 years of being by ourselves and building our own economics, building our own shit. So we don't need to, be on your little programs and be on your little grants and all that extra shit. Let us do us. You know what I mean? All right, fuck it then. Don't. But you're not going to like it. And you're not going to get no privileges. And the more you fucking disrespect us, the more you don't get no tangibles when it does come time for us to receive what is fucking properly owed. Keep in mind, this is not just about us. This is about the next generation of children. They come up. I was talking to Jesse a little bit real quick about that. It was like, I come from the generation of X, the last of the real ones, right? Real life beasts, like just out there, just get out the mud. Fucking show your work type. There's no such thing as everybody's a winner. There's fucking losers, and there's also mediocrity. And mediocrity is not a win. Mediocrity is still the low end of the fucking spectrum. But they allow mediocrity to be like winning. Like everybody's a winner. Everybody gets an A. Fuck you, fuck no, take that L. Sorry, you're a loser. It's just what it is. Maybe you got to run through your fucking veins. I don't know. But I'm like, I come from a generation like that. I was telling him, I was like, this generation that we're in, we're watching these young individuals like up to like what, 21, 24, just fucking up their whole lives. They're too emotional. They're sassy. They're fucking confused, weird. They don't like to read. Fucking illiterate. Can't do math. You know what I mean? They got their whole fucking shit all fucked up. They don't know how to be empowered. They don't know what black empowerment is. They're afraid to be black, or if they are black, then they're just acting all fucking whatever. They allow anybody and everybody to be their motherfucking friend or eat off their fucking lifestyle. You know what I mean? Allow fucking other races to say the N word, not fucking check them. Allow it so much that it's disrespectful. We got nothing but culture vultures and weirdos running around. You know what I mean? Nobody's saying no real shit, conscious shit. Nobody out there really trying to do anything, and if they are in that age range, there's a lot of fucking weird ass sensitivities going on, fragile little spirits and shit. You know what I mean? Where I come from a generation, or I'm just the type that don't really have no filter or feelings about the shit. It's simple. It's plain. You see what I'm saying? And we can't trust this little generation of sassy weirdos to be in front for a whole bunch of reasons. We talk to a lot of people every day, you know, and they're not even right here with us where we're at right now. They have no understanding of what Black First is, the lineages, what just anything. Spending black dollars black dollars are supposed to be spent. Shit like that, politically in the mindset. And if you do, they're gonna jump on they're gonna be programmed and groomed. That's what's happening right now. Everybody's looking for young minds to groom in the wrong directions. And really, it's confusing. And I think both systems, all the way around, have to collapse in order for something to come out of it. And either way, you really want to have a government. I watched a movie the other day. I don't know how old it is, whatever. It's called Civil War. Right? And basically, what we're looking at right now in the world with the president that we got now. Like, basically. And I was telling Jess, I was like, that's exactly how it's going to be. Hold on a sec. You entered the studio. I already added you to the stage. Let me see. Why are you not speaking, cuz? Let me see. Are you in there? Let me see. Say something, right? Let me see. I'm going to remove you and add you again. Let me see. Remove you. Move. Add. Okay. Now try again. Twin. I see you, baby. Here's my thing. We need to be prepared for all options. There's nobody listening to anybody. There's nobody doing anything. Like I said, I listened to Dr. Khalid Muhammad all fucking week because I just needed something to motivate myself. I was feeling upset. I was down in the dumps, right? I was feeling blue. My birthday weekend. I needed something that made me feel like my normal self, and that always cheers me up, right? And I was like, where, cuz? I don't see you. You're not showing up. You're not showing up. I'm looking at the doorbell right now. You ain't showed up. Let's see. All right. No, you ain't showing. You're not back here. Your avatar is here. Where? Cuz where? Try again. Your avatar is up. It says Aries season. That's what's up on the stage right now. Try again. Okay. Try again, Rick. I just feel like this generation that's out here, these young people right now, they ain't got their mind right. And they got bad leadership from their, you got to start at home first. And then go to school, right? Bad leadership going on. You see it all over, everywhere. You can't talk to them, you can't educate them, you can't hit them to shit. They gotta figure it out. And part of it is that they've been told that it's kumbaya season and shit. Everybody's your friend, and that's not really the truth. You know what I mean? You got black kids going to school with everybody and their mama, and they're in their faces being told, "I hear it, but where are you?" Okay, wait, don't move. Oh my God, I seen it come through, but it's like I hear you. Where are you? Hold on a sec. Let me move it down. Nope. I don't see it, but Go ahead and try again. Try one more time. Try one more time because I think when it comes in like a little message all of a sudden. Try one more time. I'm right here. I'm not gonna move. Try one more time. It's like you don't show you on the motherfucking Yeah, you got bad leadership, and your bad leadership starts with your parents, and if your parents are kumbaya, and yeah, don't move. Oh my god.
There we go.
Okay, there you
There
go.
we
Are
go,
you in here?
Lady
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Oh, you go hammer.
Shut up, I whole fucking goddamn spit, man. Laugh at this shit. And I take you off the big screen then. There you go. I thought you was looking all light skinned for a minute. Ashy.
I got all these light skinned kids around me. I got all these light skinned kids around me.
You ain't got no candy, no juice box, no nothing.
Yeah, you don't got no juice box or nothing.
Yeah, what you good for? Shake them down, son. Shake them down.
Right. They telling you break me down. Oh,
yeah, shake them down.
Don't do it.
You ain't got no money.
No
You ain't got no $5. Like, what are you good for, man?
He used to me having water in the back and everything.
No snacks, no chips, no nothing.
He out here playing basketball where I used to dunk on his uncle.
That's even worse. You didn't come with no snacks, and now you gonna talk about his uncle.
Yeah,
You can still turn my bottle to electric.
Hey, you ready to take your background? See that background?
Yeah, you outside. Looking ashy and shit.
Do you see that background?
Hold on a second. Yeah, I can see
That's
you in the
Kale's.
background.
No, the background. That's Kale's mansion.
I know where it is. Told you I could just creep up there. You just act like
That's
everything.
why that's why I be talking to these tellers like they crazy. See, you see that, bro? Like them things. I was over there working at Bell Crib. All of these motherfuckers jumped on me. And it's like they just doubled and tripled up.
I would triple up on you because your hair just like out of control. Like what the fuck is
Well,
like,
I ain't got nobody to do my hair.
where the fuck is Coolio right now? This is like Coolio.
Hold on. You know about these, Lady Trey?
First of all, whose fucking shoes?
These sticker bugs. You know these sticker bugs?
Yeah, them. Yes, you don't want them in your house. Those are when you walking through the weeds and shit.
Right. That's how you know if somebody was on your property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Right, them motherfuckers.
And they came in the house and left it in the front room on the carpet. Trying to traipse
That motherfucker got a whole body full of sticker bugs.
No, it's not hot at all.
I'd be like, where's the snacks at, old man?
But it's not hot.
No, I be telling these tellers, right? Because I can just go lay out in the yard and shit.
Jesus.
Hey, look, it ain't no
Children with these twists, cuz.
it ain't no empty water bottles and
No
6-pack things choking out geese.
Like put the hoodie on, cause you're scaring the children.
Well, Lady Tay getting on my haircut. Everybody getting on my hair.
All right.
Even Brittany said it the other day. She said, "You look like what the hell?" Like
like put your like you scared the children.
She said, "Did somebody perm your hair and forget to?"
It's unbecoming of
A girl told me somebody permed my hair and forgot to get it out.
It's like this is like Coolio trying to come back to life.
Well, how come none of man? Are you gonna come do my hair? Is you gonna do my hair?
It's like ridiculous.
Is you gonna come do my hair?
Yeah, man, I gotta redo justice.
Y'all be having.
Watch that shit.
My only problem is my sister is blind and my daughter lives in Atlanta.
Did she do it? She's blind. Did she do it?
No. She even did it better if she was blind. Like, yeah, no.
Right. I mean, they gonna just add that extra sentence and shit. Just do some real work right there. This shit looking crazy. Like I don't even know what. I got cloud. I can do this all day. Shut up, just.
I'm trying to do the Florida dress. Like I don't even twist them. Like this is just how my hair just naturally locks up.
You try to use
sideshow Bob type shit.
Like baby wicks.
Right.
I can dig it.
Yeah, we can, but you should look it up.
I know. I don't know how to put it together.
You will if you look it up.
I know my friend got an electric bike. He got like a battery.
You'll know how to do it if you look it up online.
Why can't you just help him? This is like a
right. How did you learn that?
I looked at my friend's bike.
Oh, you didn't look it up online?
No, I looked.
Hey, he can look it up online, right?
I was like, look,
and find out how to put a battery on his bike, right? Because it's internet age, right? Just like you can duck on him, right?
You cannot dunk on him.
No, I'm just not. Yeah, you can.
Like, why are you even stop at this car to talk to a man about putting a battery on? And he gonna tell me to look it up.
Right, but you better. That I can tell because your shoes ain't laced up. You finna go for a ride with him if your laces.
Like, son, tell him. I don't even know why I stopped over here. Unhelpful. You're so unhelpful, Ray. He asking for help.
Being nice. Your chain is all oily. I mean, it needs some oil on it. You're gonna trip off your bike if you don't oil that chain.
You got some oil?
You got all that oil in your. Oh no, your hair is dry as hell too.
You got any oil?
You got that dry as hell hair too. I don't know.
You got any oil?
Do we have any oil, Casey?
Grease?
Yeah, like something for his bike chain. It could be motor oil. It could be olive oil. You could wring some of that oil out your hair, Lady Che. Either or.
You just jealous of my motherfucking curls, cause I can understand it. My shit is glorious. Okay. You look, you can't see.
Yeah, I'm live. We're live.
Glorious.
Hey, look, you see Casey? He's rolling the blunt.
Tell the little boy he can't. Little boy can't do it.
Hold on, let me take you out my earbuds so you can. Hold on, let me take you out my earbuds so you can hear him.
You don't want to hear what I gotta say because I'm like, I tell the little boy, tell him that I don't even know why I stopped at this car. I thought you was gonna help. She told
Say that again, Lady Che.
Where the little boy at? Where the little boy at? Where the little boy at? Did he walk off?
Say hello to Lady Che. Casey.
I see him. I would be like, look, that's why the little boy come ask you for help and you don't want to help him. You know you could help him. Hey, he little boy asked you, man. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, Ray. Little boy asked you for help. He came to him. He said, I will come to a black man and ask a black man for help. And what the black man do? Send him to the internet.
Oh, Lord.
Send it to the internet. That's unbecoming, cuz.
God don't like mulatto.
God don't like ugly. That was ugly. That's ugly, unbecoming behavior.
I said God don't like mulatto.
No, they do. this motherfucker right here. I'm like so loved. So beloved. And you just saw my motherfucker hair right there, like, bitch is gonna hate me all day long. Never like, look at that light.
We're gonna bring out your greasy mulatto hair.
It's not greasy, it's just shiny. Like, I got good jeans. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Oh, now you got good hair now.
That's good hair right here. Good hair. It is. It's so fucking glorious, y'all. Unlike Ray's shit right here that's scaring the children.
See, like in my family, we get good hair after we get 45.
Right.
Then our hair just gets thin and it start turning to Indian hair.
Right. I went outside the other night, late at night. I was flexing on the street, right?
The hell was you doing out late at night?
I was trying to go to the spot, but I didn't make it.
Light-skinned people cannot be outside late at night.
What the fuck you mean? I was moon cricketing.
That's against the law.
I gotta stop me first. Trust me, everybody was on my tit that night. I was like, man, why you following me so close? Well, turn your brights down, bitch. I was acting like that.
No, but we got to bring light-skinned people with us late at night so they can say who their daddy is, so we have our papers on us.
Don't work that way. And you know what? They stopped me too, cause they stopped me.
You know,
too.
I got pulled over here.
They stopped me and they told me, I was like, they didn't ask me for my shit. I said, cuz no. Because I thought they were trying to break into somebody's car, right? And they stopped me. I was on my way to the store.
Oh, you got some smoke finally.
They said,
this nigga ain't had no smoke in like 3 weeks.
Oh, but poor thing. Cuz
he ain't had no smoke since you was 42.
Cuz he said, they pulled me.
He ain't had no smoke since Bush was in office.
Cuz said I look Venezuelan. I was like, nigga, no. Never in my life ever been accused of being Venezuelan.
He ain't had no smoke since he was dating Michelle.
Dang. And he's sitting next to you. You won't help him. You're a bad friend.
He tell me I gotta stop promoting smoke. I'm not promoting smoke. Everybody can hear everything. It's live. And it's not even on my page.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Your page.
Smoking is great.
That shit stinks.
You know, they gonna bring you back.
Why are you outside anyway, Ray?
Huh?
Why are you outside? The hair got.
I'm not outside. I'm in my car on the property. Outside, I'm waiting for Kels to get home.
Like the hair needs to be hidden.
Her birthday was yesterday. What's yours? Was the first or the second?
First. It's the first.
Yeah, she the April Fool.
Hey, look.
No.
That's Jesse's wife, Lady Chase.
Mm-hmm.
Did she see the all the rockets? They send the rockets off into space yesterday.
Oh man, I was like, is this real? Is this really happening? I was like,
come on, bro. Like, look what they doing to people on April Fool's Day, man. They talking about.
I was like, is this real? These motherfucking crackers really going into space right now? All right.
They talking about going to the moon, man, on April
I was
Fool's
like,
Day.
let them be there. Leave them
Like,
there.
stop playing.
Shit.
You can't make that shit up.
All them motherfucking crackers need to go real quick with it, real quickness. But not on no Elon shit. Whatever the Artemis is. That shit, I was like, this motherfucker look like it's gonna go together.
It's a big deal, bro. People, you know, like it's on regular news, on all the network news channels.
Yeah, he ain't lying. It is. It is so on right there. I was like,
just like the State of the Union and any of that other crap, they cut out programming to show that crap. Like, stop playing, bro.
I was like, who made this?
Well, I thought it's a flat earth, so what is the moon?
Ask them. Like, why they don't believe me. Just keep going with what they saying and believe in what they telling you.
Right. Right. Hey, when they said
you know about this, Lady Tay?
No, I'm smoking the actual Newport. I'm sorry.
No, we don't smoke squares. They stink. Ew, yuck.
I don't give a fuck what you think. I was really
You
needed
smoke
a
squares? Ew, still 2026.
I was in the neighborhood where they still sell Lucy's for $10 or 10 cents.
So hey, this is I can smoke flower in here.
Girl, you ain't,
I know. I'm gonna go get me one later.
You're not that far from. You used to go to the gas station and get a couple mangoes or whatever you call them.
He telling me I used to smoke blunts.
That's
I
right.
used to go get Lucy's from the.
He knows.
Yeah, I used to get Lucy's. I don't smoke Lucy's no more. I got a geek bar.
Hey, check
I
it
don't
out.
stink. Even though he telling me this flower vape stinks. It still smells better than that damn flower. It's actually smoking flower.
You know what? You shouldn't be talking about no weed like that. Weed ain't never hurt nobody.
Man, you go in there. Hey, Lady Tay, you go in there smelling like an evergreen woods. Like any public place, and you go in there smelling like an evergreen woods, and then you see white people eyes watering. You see old black people eyes watering, talking about how is this person in public and not getting arrested?
This fucking the dankiest, the motherfucking, the loudest.
Hey, you know how motherfuckers are coming to gas station and smell like they got the blunt lit in their pocket.
They're carrying a whole key in their pocket.
It smell like, what? Is that bitch still lit?
That motherfucker's so loud and crispy, you should just be enjoying it. I came into the room one day, one of my homeboys, he was like, come in here, cuz. Come sit down. And I was like, all right. He said, let me take it back. Come pull up. All right, bitch. I was like, all right, cuz. Right, we get up there. I said, wait. I said, I have to keep myself together. My eyes are starting to get low.
Hey, look, I was picking up for like Uber Eats or DoorDash the other day. Some nigga came in there like, I'm from the West Side, and he said it like, I'm from the West Side. He just got done smoking a whole Newport, talking about I'm from the West Side. All in my face. Oh, whoa, Jesus Christ!
Like
you stinky ass motherfucker.
What the fuck?
No, because you know cigarettes stink to people that don't smoke cigarettes.
You know, that's probably true. I grew up with my mama smoking like.
It's actually true. It's not probably true, Lady Che.
No, listen,
it is actually true.
Okay, maybe so.
People that don't smoke, people that do smoke stink to people that don't.
My mama that smoked Newports, right? Love me some Newports, right?
You get me?
She's a rap books. Shut up, right? She's a rap books, right? Right.
She the only one can tell me shut up because she Aries.
Right, yeah.
And
so
she
wrap books. She give me some books and she wrap them up in newspaper, right? Or she wrap them in wrapping paper or whatever. I love me some books. And I would get the wrapping paper because, she give me some, and it's like a rare thing that woman give me some, right? So I get the little wrapping paper. And I would smell the wrapping paper, right? And I would close my eyes and have a flashback. It smelled like motherfucking Newports and fucking Emerald perfume. Fancy ass.
You know what my mama be telling me?
Mm-hmm.
She tell me because she ordered DoorDash all the time, right?
Me too.
I'm never her driver, right? But she be talking about like her food be coming in smelling like smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Like how come my Five Guys smells like I was on Fifth? Like what? Mom, I don't even smoke until I'm coming in. Like what?
I left the crib zooted.
I'm like, look, because I don't look. The only way my car smell like any food in my car smell like that is because I'm smoking now. But even when I get done, I'm gonna park this bitch. It's gonna air out. Like, there's no way your food is gonna smell like. You get me?
Hey man, who is anybody?
Your food ain't gonna smell like the dispensary, and if it does, then that's probably better for you because you gotta enjoy the food better.
Yesterday, right? I got me a little frosty and shit, right? And I sit there chilling, right? I'll be watching the fucking car move. I'm like, anytime, motherfucker. I'll be like,
you got a frosty yesterday? I was finna get a frosty yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I got me a chocolate one with strawberry dripping on it.
They only come in chocolate.
I know, but this one had strawberry, whatever that shit is. Like,
well, they got the little bullshit. They put in that shit in Wendy's now.
Yeah, the strawberry syrup. I was like, man, this kind of all right. I had a large. I should have not did that. But I was like, man. And I was really laughing. I was watching reels, and the motherfucker said he said he was in a liquor. He was watching. He said project. He said it was a project.
Hey, take me to the gas station.
Project jug, right? He said he got everything in it. He's cloudy and shit. He was like,
you know what you're talking about.
He said these jugs is ratchet. Now, see.
Hey, see, I don't do that.
His locks look great,
Lady Che.
Yeah, why his locks look good and yours don't?
Huh?
You heard me.
No, I don't do that DUI shit.
Grew his beard back, right? And all the naps came back with it. I was so happy. His beard is back to being nappy. I was like, yeah. I don't talk to him when he shaves his face. I don't know who he is. Why is your screen froze? Okay, moving along. Like you went on, like you got lost service or something. You just froze right there. So we gonna laugh at you while you froze right there. I'm like,
thanks.
Look at this picture right here.
I'm back.
Ashy, nappy.
No, my girl just told me somebody put some bullshit in my Discord server. Right, so but I don't have Discord on my phone right now.
That's bad. That sounds like bad news bears right there.
No, it's like basically like how you running Jesse channel right now.
Yeah, I'm
but
all
say you wasn't there, and then say I start posting some nonsense. You get me, right, and all he can do is just watch it, cause he ain't got the damn StreamYards on him.
I'm sorry, y'all. I wasn't even looking at the chat. I was in there just talking shit. All right, my fault. Just said play the clip now. You done listen to me gossip with you.
Oh, who in the chat?
Jesse and DSB and Kari.
Oh, shout out DSB and Kari. Hey, y'all don't make fun of me, man, because y'all can see me or whatever. Because I'm not my avatar.
Totally they're laughing at you because I'm laughing at you. No, they're probably like, God damn, she needs to stop picking out her damn hair. I was like, poor little boy, went there and asked for help. It was shameful. All right, let me play this shit just before Jesse get mad and tell me if I can do it. Hold on a sec. I heard the doorbell. Hold on a sec. Okay, wait. Okay, there you go.
My bad. I ain't mean to leave.
All right. Let's see. Okay, let me get to the clip. All right. Let's see.
Day at the Supreme Court, President Trump sitting in on oral arguments on a case directly related to his hardline immigration policy, birthright citizenship. The justices appeared skeptical of the administration's arguments to upend that children born in the U.S., regardless of their parents' status, are American citizens. NBC's Gary Grumbaugh has details from Washington.
They can't use this, man.
What makes a person an American citizen? That is the monumental question Supreme Court justices must answer as they take up the issue of birthright citizenship. Inside the courtroom for today's oral arguments, President Trump. The case stems from his executive order denying American citizenship to babies born in the United States if the child's parents are not in the U.S. legally. The 14th Amendment grants citizenship to people born in the U.S., but Solicitor General John Sauer, arguing for the government, said the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof has meant for more than a century that parents must have a legal permanent residence and allegiance to the U.S.
8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
Justices on both sides of the ideological spectrum questioned how this would work in real life.
How does this work? Are you suggesting that when a baby is born, people have to have documents, present documents? Is this happening in the delivery room?
I can imagine it being messy on some applications.
ACLU attorney Cecilia Wang argued that Congress has used the 14th Amendment as a roadmap to expand, not limit, citizenship.
It sets a floor. So the Congress has, under the Naturalization Clause, the power to expand citizenship to other people not covered by the 14th Amendment.
While justices listen to lawyers inside, outside, groups making their own oral arguments for birthright citizenship.
What do we do?
Supporters camping out overnight to make their voices heard. President Trump is the first sitting president to attend oral arguments here at the Supreme Court. He heard the government's case and then left before the ACLU attorney gave her case. This whole case is now up to the 9 justices of the Supreme Court, who will make a decision by the end of June or early July. at the Supreme Court. Gary Grumbach, NBC News.
Can't do it, man. I don't even know why we're even having a discussion. Okay.
Ketanji, she got debunked instantly.
Yeah, they shouldn't even have this discussion. It was meant for the children of slaves. Leave it at that.
As the president said, the babies are slaves.
Right.
It was only meant for the babies of slaves. And the exclusion was for the Indians because the Indians were born in this land but under a different jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
And they explained that shit very well to Ketanji.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what the fuck is going on here?
I gotta get my wheel hubs. That's why you feel the car shaking like that.
Okay, we
So
can't
if I
hear
can't
it.
get my gun, I'm gonna get the wheel hub. Then I just gotta pay my Mexican to put them on.
I'm jealous. This ain't even playing, Jesse. Hold on a sec. Why is this not playing? Hold on a sec. Let me figure this out real fast. Let me see. 1 second, family. I'm gonna try to
If you don't learn about Olympia Fields,
yes. Hold on a sec. I'm testing something. Hold on 1 second, family.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from.
Hold on. I'm trying to see why this isn't playing the volume.
Gentlemen, so would that be on the app? You know, did y'all enjoy it and everything? Did y'all enjoy it and let other people know? Oh, thank y'all for telling me. Thank y'all for telling me. Okay, well, you didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. What I was saying originally, right, was I appreciate y'all joining us the last day of the month. And I don't know how many of y'all saw the stream from last night on the app. You know, did y'all enjoy it? And everything. Did y'all enjoy it? And let other people know if you enjoyed it. You know, we continue cooking over there on the Democrats and all that on the African Diaspora News Channel app. So to get the full experience of the African Diaspora News Channel, you got to have the app. Like I said before, the app is like ownership. It's like having a house. On YouTube, it's like renting. That's why it's called a YouTube channel. You're renting. You don't own anything. YouTube could take a channel down. They could take your monetization. They can do whatever they want because it is their channel. And they allow us to have a channel on their platform. We appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. But we've been doing this long enough that we must have our own. And we need just 1% of our audience, just 1% of our audience to join us on the app. That's all we need, is 1%. And we are completely independent and free. We talk about Blacc Media, all this situation. You don't have no Blacc Media if you only have a YouTube channel. Let's just be 100. You don't have a Blacc Media because YouTube could take it down tomorrow. That's not Blacc Media. Ownership is what makes media, not just renting a channel from somebody else. I'm just keeping it 100 with you. So if 1% of our audience ever truly believe in having Blacc Media, that nobody can just, okay, well, we made up a rule, so you can't talk about that no more. I've seen YouTube go from different iterations where you could say certain words. Now, why do you think people are saying unalived? Because YouTube made a rule where they made a monetization rule. Let me say not a community guidelines rule. So anytime you hear people saying amended things is because of either community guidelines or a monetization rule. Because once again, YouTube owns the platform. On our own platform, we can say whatever word we want to say. Why? Because we own it. We don't have to amend anything. So that's why I say join us there. If you truly believe in Blacc Media, let's have Black ownership. Tonight, we're going to talk about the Birthright citizenship case and what that implication can mean for us as Black Americans with that particular case. People who are scamming the birthright citizenship. There are companies where you're making a lot of money off of what we fought for, right? And they game in the system. And because they are citizens, they can come in and vote in our elections at any time they get good and ready. The swing elections, because they are citizens, and go right back to their homeland where they come from. It is a real thing that has been going on, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, also I said too, if you like Soraya, I put up every new video with her. Like, it's already up. The current song for the week is already up. So you want to go listen to it, go check it out. I think you enjoy it. But we'll get into the topic real quick, and we come back. Let's go ahead on and run our short commercial real quick. We'll be right back.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired. We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke. We binge ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth, daily. From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news. Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you for being with us, and let's go ahead and get started. We got some things we got to do. So let me go ahead on and switch screens. Let me start with them first. Okay, let me start with, and I don't know why I was there first, but let's start with the Root, because the Root promotes certain things. So we want to go ahead on and look at this and cover this, ladies and gentlemen. So why every Black American must watch the Birthright Citizenship fight this week. So they're saying the Supreme Court said to hear arguments on President Trump's attempt to axe the 14th Amendment. He's not trying to axe the 14th Amendment. You already is not telling the truth. Guaranteeing citizenship for the descendants of slavery. Right there, like how do you write that? That's not what his executive order said. Like, you see, I'm not even fully into this yet, and I'm already getting aggravated with, because this is I'm sorry, this is misinformation. That's not what he's trying to do. All right, so as the arguments over the birthright citizenship would reach the U.S. Supreme Court this week, while many Americans might think this is just an immigration issue with little impact on their daily life, for Black Americans, the 14th Amendment isn't just a policy. Since the 19th century, the amendment has been the literal legal floor that buried the Dred Scott decision while finally giving Black folks autonomy in the nation. Now it's at risk, and we should all be paying close attention. What's that risk? Okay. It said justice is set to hear arguments over Trump's birthright citizenship restrictions beginning on Wednesday. We previously told you the president attempted to axe birthright citizenship on his first day back in the White House and was met with serious backlash, namely from civil rights leaders accusing him of trying to destroy Black history. An executive order cannot get rid of a constitutional amendment. He's trying to do something on one section, say the jurisdiction thereof. Okay, that's what he's trying to wiggle in. And he even said that the 14th Amendment is for the descendants of slaves. So what they got to do with all these other groups aren't descendants of slaves. Anyway, so there's nothing Donald Trump won't try to bulldoze and rebuild in his divisive image, not even our Constitution. Of course, the Boule NAACP president Derrick Johnson wrote, of course, the 14th Amendment of 1868 grants citizenship to all people born and naturalized in this country, including those previously, let's say, enslaved. So the citizenship clause is on the line now. Johnson warned that Trump's attack could impact the rights of Black descendants of slavery. That is a lie. I just want to show y'all what they're putting out here, right? And they always talk about misinformation and disinformation. This is, but what is this? Congress first enshrined the 14th Amendment to ensure that enslaved Africans and their children receive full rights, and for more than a century has been upheld in the courts and scholars across political parties, guaranteeing citizenship to millions of Americans. He added, Trump's demand for reinterpretation is radical and dangerous and continuing his war on our most sacred civil rights. Okay. I mean, yeah, we could play that, but I'm not going to do that. Said Trump has recognized the main object of the Citizenship Clause was to serve freed slaves and their descendants whose allegiance to the United States has generally been established through generations of parental domicile. They say, but experts have argued any attack or revision to the 14th Amendment leaves the door wide open for interpretation of eventual discrimination, which we already witnessed during the height of slavery in the U.S. Why are you conflicted? We weren't citizens of this country during slavery. They say in the infamous Dred Scott versus Sanford case in 1857, the Supreme Court declared black people were not citizens of this country. It wasn't until the Reconstruction Amendments 13, 14, and 15 that the 1857 ruling was buried. The 14th Amendment also created the building blocks for later civil rights efforts, and notably the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which Trump has also threatened. It said Congress previously codified the 14th Amendment in 1940 to pass on the Nationality Act, and again in 1952 with the Immigration and Nationality Act. Now it's a conservative majority of the Supreme Court to decide that Trump's interpretation of the amendment is legal according to the U.S. Constitution. They say the Citizenship Clause hasn't been touched for 150 years. That's until the Trump versus Barber, the pseudonym for a Honduran asylum applicant, sparked debate over who is considered an American and if citizenship is a right or just a privilege. Now, they say the court ruled in Trump's favor, the decision likely not be confined to immigration policy. If birthright citizenship becomes negotiable, then the definition of who is protected by the Constitution is also at risk. Okay, now I want to start there, and we'll go to the next one here in a second. Now, what Trump was saying in his executive order, he wasn't saying, oh, just get rid of birthright citizenship. No, what he was saying basically is you can't come over here, not be a citizen of this country, and drop a baby, and the baby becomes a citizen of this nation. He also said, if you are a permanent resident of the United States of America, then you have a baby here, your child is a United States citizen. What he's talking about, people that just crossed the border yesterday, drop a baby, and now the baby gets all the rights and privileges of the United States. Why do you think they use the term anchor baby? Why do you think they use that term? That child anchors the mother here, right? And because that child is an American citizen, that child has rights to get WIC and welfare and food stamps, right? And most people are not going to just say, well, the baby can stay, but mom, you're gone. That's really not going to happen. So that's why they say the term anchor baby. It anchors them here. They're illegally here. They came over here illegal. They came over here in the 9th month, right, of pregnancy. And they've been doing that, dropping kids here. Now, let me give you the proper motivation why they're doing it. That's part of it. The real reason why they're doing it, okay, because I have to be upfront and just clear. The real reason Trump and the gang wants to do this is because too many non-white children have been born here. And the white woman is not having babies like that for him. So his way of trying to stop that is he can't get his white woman to have no children. So what he's trying to do is curve that birthright citizenship, and that's that. Now, that's the main motivation. But get to the other side of the motivation, why if the Supreme Court agrees with Trump, why would this benefit Black Americans? Why would this benefit Black Americans if this happened? It would benefit Black Americans because, let's call it what it is, we don't have infinite resources. And if people all over the world can just come here within the 9th month or 8th month, come into the country, pregnant already, right? And they can just hide out for a couple of months, have their babies here. They don't have to go back. Then there's taxpayer resources that go to them. And let's call it what it is. When these particular people do this, where do they put these people? Do they go put them in River Oaks here in Houston? Do they go put them in the white folks neighborhood in LA? Do they go put them in the white folks neighborhood in the Hamptons and all of that out there in the New York area? No, they go stick them in the middle where Black people are at. That's where they put these people. Here's your welfare. Here's your Section 8. Go stay over there with the Blacks. Then when they get a foothold, then now they're looking all funny style at Black Americans. When Black Americans can't even get no help. You say Kamala's an anchor baby, there you go. There you go. They stick them in the Black neighborhood. I had did a couple of podcasts. I did one recently on the Philip Scott podcast. Go subscribe to it. If you got the app, you'll see all our stuff. All the podcast stuff is on the app. So if you get the app, everything's there. You ain't got to go search in different channels. But for those who haven't decided to join us yet, on the podcast channel, we did a one about Miami and how Black Americans, even back in the early 70s, was complaining that they were giving all these resources to the Cubans and wasn't giving nothing to FBA at all. So Black folks have to struggle while immigrants come in here yesterday and they're handed resources. That's not right. And that's not how it should be. And most nations on the earth don't hand immigrants or foreigners, because they'll call you foreign. They don't call you immigrant. They don't have no hand no foreigner, no resources like that. Now, if you come in there, you get it how you live, and hey, make your money how you make it, but you're not giving no resources. But this country prioritizes the foreigner over the citizen. And Black Americans got to pay attention to anything immigration, because we have seen when the Democrats get in power, our neighborhoods are flooded. And the goal of the Democrat Party, we talked about this, is to have Black people in the same position that they are in Los Angeles, California. That state of California is what the Democrats want to do nationwide. They want Black folk to not have nothing, have hostile immigrants on top of them attacking Black people to the point they got to leave. Black folks can't get no jobs because they don't speak a different language. Talk to Black folks in LA and let them tell you that they can't get jobs in their own homeland because they don't speak a foreign language. I kind of laughed at Trump when he was talking about that. He said, I ain't learning your language, but he cussed in the middle of it. I thought it was kind of funny when he said that he ain't learning nobody's language. But Black folks can't even get a job because that's how much foreigners have taken over an American city that they won't even hire Black Americans. And if they possibly want to hire them, say, well, do you speak Spanish? Speak Spanish, bruh. Your homeland is South. It's not your homeland, bruh. But this is what the Democrats have done. And it's the Democrats that's fighting Trump on this. It's the Democrats. Why? Because the Democrats have already made their pivot and their decision that we want to bring all the immigrants here and make them citizens, okay? So we can displace Black Americans and their voting power. This is exactly what they want to do. And as Black Americans, we need to pay attention to this case. It's not about Trump and liking Trump. It's not about that. Because Lyndon Johnson wasn't a friend of Black folk either. He called us all kind of ninjas, okay? But he signed that civil rights bill. That's the only thing that I care about. I don't really care about liking you. I don't have to like you to get something from you. A lot of you don't like your supervisor at work, but you still take the paycheck, right? So it ain't about liking somebody. That's childish. Somebody, if you gotta like somebody. You don't have to like no politician as long as they do what they're supposed to do by you. Because you don't live with them, they ain't your family or nothing. As long as you do right by me, I'm cool. All right, so let me get to the next thing here. Now, talking about, do I want to go here? Let's see. Yeah, let me start here, okay? Now, say how here's a look and say a birthright citizenship and how the world sees it as Supreme Court case looms. As I told you, countries like South Africa, for instance, shout out to South Africa, they don't allow birthright citizenship in South Africa. You can't just go drop your anchor baby off over there. They'll say no, and that's an African nation. There's many nations that's like that, but let's continue. Let's say the Supreme Court is about to hear, of course, arguments on whether President Donald Trump can deny citizenship to children born, let's say, to parents who are, let's say, in the United States illegally or temporarily. Let's say the Wednesday case stems from an executive order Trump signed his first day of his second term, ending with known as birthright citizenship, which guarantees citizenship to everyone born in U.S. soil. While the concept has been part of U.S. law for well over a century, it's relatively rare around the world, okay, which is true. If the West birthright citizenship is based on the legal principle of just solely or right of soil. In the U.S., the right was enshrined in the Constitution after the Civil War in part to ensure that former slaves would be citizens. Everybody agreed that the 14th Amendment was for the descendants of slaves, okay? Me and you. And say all persons born naturalized in the United States or subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. 14th Amendment states in the late 1800s, birthright citizenship was legally expanded to the children of immigrants. And say Wong Kim Ark, who was born in the U.S. to Chinese parents, sued after traveling overseas and being denied reentry into the U.S. The Supreme Court eventually ruled that the amendment gives citizenship to everyone born in the U.S. no matter their parents' legal status. Today, there are only a handful of birthright exceptions, such as children born in the U.S. to foreign diplomats. They say how it's seen around the world. And say only about 3 dozen countries. 3 dozen, okay? Which is what, the 36 countries. So out of how many countries in the world right now? 170 something? 150? I think 170 some countries, I think. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I can correct myself here shortly. But that's not much of nothing, okay? Most countries follow the principle of just sanguinis. They say a right of blood with a child's citizenship based on the citizenship of their parents, no matter where they're born, which I agree with that a lot more. In other words, if your parent is Nigerian, then you should have Nigerian citizenship. I agree with that a lot more personally. It said the 27 member states of the European Union, for example, grant automatic unconditional citizenship to children born on their territories to foreign citizens. So that's the EU. And say the situation is similar across much of Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. So what Trump is doing is really nothing no different than the majority of what the world is doing. Okay. Now, say some countries take a mixed approach. Say some countries use a combination of principles such as parenthood, residency, and ethnicity to decide a child. Citizenship, say Australia, for example, allowed birthright citizenship until 1986. That's why I wasn't paying attention. Ooh, that was a good year. But starting that August, children born there could only become citizens if at least one parent was Australian citizen or a permanent resident. Okay, that seems fair to me. That things shifted the other way in Germany, which changed the citizenship law in 2024. So until then, citizenship by birth required at least one parent was German. Starting in 2024, though children born in Germany to non-German parents are automatically granted German citizenship. One parent has been legally living in the country for more than 5 years with unlimited residency status. Now, I say citizenship laws, were liberalized because studies have shown that the education prospects of children and teenagers with a migration background are better the sooner they are granted German citizenship. Okay, so they're talking about, of course, Trump and what his argument is at the Supreme Court. They're trying to get to the point that's subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That's the phrase that they're trying to take to the court and see what they can do there. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, yes, a lot of countries throughout the world do not allow you to drop off your anchor baby. Well, think about it. If sleeper cells can be done that way, people who have them elite sleeper cells, they raise them from kids to become spies, to become certain type of mercenaries, soldiers. They raise them from kids to do that. Some of y'all really don't know, and I really think they need to curve that back.
Oh, that's good.
Because it was not meant for everybody to come drop off the anchor baby.
That's good, Justice.
Now, Cynthia says FBAs, you must wake up and stand up to protect it on behalf of our next generation's financial future. Their benefits and resources must be protected. Yeah, and that's another thing too. And I'm gonna talk to you about this because it's something that I thought about myself. But let's go ahead and roll this our quick make sure you join us at the Ohio Black Expo. It's coming up very shortly in May, and everything. And I think Cynthia down there say she already got her hotel and she going. So shout out to Cynthia. But make sure to come check us out. Great event. No, it wasn't no hood rat ish going on last year, but check it out.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black Business, Food Truck, Networking, Outdoor, Concert, Music, Festival, Celebration of the Year.
It is an amazing experience. You have people from all over
the country.
This is my second year attending, and they over-delivered.
So if you haven't come before, you need to come. And you know what? I'm just out here vibing.
Get tickets now at OhioBlackExpo.com.
Finding the right real estate professional can be challenging. I'm
We just read commercials, it's over or what?
I'm knowledgeable in all aspects of the real estate process. So whether you're looking to buy new or an existing home or have a commercial need, I'm here to help.
Ready to dominate your industry with strategy that actually scales? At Coleman,
we are so overtaxed, right? And you slide in without even putting in your time of paying taxes free, and have established that amendment, the 14th Amendment, was meant for the descendants of slaves, the people who built this country from the ground up. Okay, these other people who are coming dropping off their anchor babies here in America didn't build anything. They coming to take.
Right back, family.
Like old girl said in that video, I come to take.
I'll be
And
right
that's
back.
what they come to do. They come to take our taxes. They come to take the set asides. That's for American citizens. You can say whatever you want to say about welfare, Section 8, food stamps, but that's for the American people. Okay, American people pay taxes for this, and you can't just come cross over like yesterday and get all the rights and privileges of what American citizens have been working for constantly, paying high taxes constantly, because we are so overtaxed, right? And you slide in without even putting in your time of paying taxes and got your hand out. And then you wonder why American citizens had taken an issue with this. I think all American citizens, not just Black Americans, but I think all American citizens should be looking at this case and say, hey, you know what? We have to end this anchor baby stuff. No, we can't afford it, because trust me, I'm telling you, look, this is simple economics. Okay. Simple. If you got, how many of y'all have had people come move in your house? How many have moved in your house, even for a short time? Right? What happens when people move in your house? You notice water bill go up. You notice light bill go up, right? The food bill in the house is going up because more people eating in your house, right? The natural gas bill is going up because there's more washing and drying going on because other people's in your house. And so if the bills are constantly go up, even in your personal house, when you have let family come over, stay, family member down on their luck, so you say, okay, well, come stay with me. And a lot of times realize that was a bad idea. But you find out the hard way it's a bad idea. But you see how everything went up. Well, just as much more is the bills are going up in the city you live in. When we talk about America's housing crisis, we've talked about this before. If American citizens are having a hard time getting a home, and you're going to flood the country with millions upon millions upon millions of people from other countries that have their own homeland, they should be getting a house in their own homeland, right? You create more of a problem. Now you need more homes. A lot of American citizens don't even have access to good jobs. They really don't. And people from other nations come here and they will do jobs at lower the cost, which really undermines American labor. It benefits businesses. I mean, I'm just telling you, it do. But for the average American citizen, especially the Black American citizen, it doesn't benefit you. Immigration and anchor babies do not benefit Black America at all. There's no benefit to it. None. You cannot show me how it benefits Black people specifically. Now you can say, well, they do the fruits and vegetables that's in your grocery store. That's going to benefit the corporation because we all are consumers and we buy from that store. Okay. That store isn't directly just serving us only. So please. Now, you say they're getting your way and it builds tension. Okay. All right. So let me go to the next thing here. So it's so important that your boy Trump, let me get down here to Trump. It's so important that Trump plans to attend the oral arguments. He said it's important for him to be there at the Supreme Court. They said both Supreme Court and the Supreme Court Historical Society have said there's no official record of any sitting president attending oral arguments. Well, it's about to happen now. They say Trump said he plans to take the extraordinary step of attending Supreme Court oral arguments Wednesday in a case that could end birthright citizenship in the U.S. He says, I'm going. He told reporters in the Oval Office on Tuesday that because I have listened to this argument for so long, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt later confirmed to NBC News that Trump has been there, plans to be there Wednesday morning when Supreme Court justices hear arguments on the constitutionality of the January 25th executive order he signed that seeks to limit birthright citizenship to people who have at least one parent who is a U.S. citizen or a legal permanent resident. So even NBC News is saying here the root, right? You're over here saying that Trump wants to get basically, hold on, let me get back to that. So you're up here saying, let me start up here. To hear arguments, trying to act the 14th Amendment guaranteeing citizenship for the descendants of slavery. That's what you said. NBC News is saying that his executive order wants to limit birthright citizenship to who have at least one parent who is a U.S. citizen or a legal permanent resident. See? So why would you even put that out there? You just put that out there today. Like, how could you? It doesn't make sense. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you have to, join us as an African Diaspora News channel because we're going to point these things out. We're not going to play this game, okay? And what is wrong with what Trump is saying? That you got to have at least one parent who is a U.S. citizen, okay, or a permanent resident. So he didn't even go to say not even no residence. He said you still can be a resident of this country and have a child as a U.S. citizen. There's nothing wrong with that. He didn't mention, see, this is the thing, and we talked about this before. Donald Trump in his first term did not do anything specific against Black Americans. Donald Trump didn't put in no laws to mass incarcerate Black people. He didn't. His second term now, he haven't really done anything that say, okay, I'm targeting Black people specifically. I haven't seen it. If he do it, I'll call it out. Listen, Black Americans are Americans. And a lot of immigrants found that out during the ICE raids. They found that out. Oh, wait a minute. They can't be deported? No, we can't. We are the original Americans. Okay? We are. We can't be deported. See, listen, when some of them used to say to us, which is really cruel, especially knowing our story. Oh, you don't know where you come from. Do you know how cruel that is? You know how cruel to say that to somebody? You don't know where you come from? That's likened to telling a child who's the product of grape, and see, we got to say that word because of YouTube's rules, right? We can say the other word on the app. That's like telling that child, oh, you don't know who your daddy is. And most people are like, why would you say some crap like that if you know exactly how they got here? Why would you say that? That's cruel and mean. And this is what some of these people say to us. You don't know who you are. You don't know your language. You like, yeah. But the difference is we don't cry about it because we created our own culture here. We created our own culture, and in our culture, everybody follows. You go to Asia, they following us. Middle East, they following us. You go to the African continent, they definitely following us. Trust me, I know. Europe, they following us. Latin America, they following us. We are the most influential culture on the planet Earth. I see my culture everywhere. No matter where I travel, I see my culture. I hear my culture's music. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. You would think the white man would have more influence because he got more money and weapons and all this other stuff. The only way people listen to him, unless he go and drop 2,000-pound bombs and murking a lot of people. We ain't got to murk nobody, and people listen to us and follow us. That's how influential we are as Black Americans. We are very, very, very influential in this country.
I see little eyeballs.
But with that being said, the root place like that, the NAACP, please stop putting out, and I'm even going to say the word disinformation, because disinformation means you know you're putting out the wrong information. Misinformation is saying you really believe what you're saying and you believe it to be true, but it's wrong. That's misinformation, okay? Misinformation could be, you know, hey, it's a mistake on your part. It wasn't intentional. Intentionally saying Trump was trying to take away the 14th Amendment from descendants of slavery. Oh, he's trying to upend our civil rights. Like, no. And I'm so glad that them old bootleg civil rights organizations are going by the wayside. I'm so glad. And notice no really young group of people are coming into these organizations like that.
First of all, these dues are expensive.
They haven't done nothing for black people. These organizations, they're up here trying to champion. They're a champion immigration. That's called what it is. That's an immigration fight. If you're truly about colored people, then you say, hey, this is not our fight. We don't talk about this. We're not worried about none of this mess. We read the executive order. We see it. The only way they can really take our citizenship away from us, they would have to do it as a constitutional amendment, which requires 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of the states. The Supreme Court just couldn't make a ruling and end it. No, they couldn't do that. All right. So let me go to the next thing I want to cover here. Now, this is another thing they're trying to stop too. Birth tourism.
Yeah.
So birth tourism is the thing.
It is.
That's how they game in the system. Now they say, let me see. Hold on, go back. USA Happy Baby, birth tourism, and a blockbuster Supreme Court case, okay? So this one came out just on the 29th. They're talking about Trump is asking the Supreme Court, of course, you know, saying all that, right? Now they say companies with names like USA Happy Baby and Star Baby Care offer to shepherd pregnant women from China or any other country into the United States to give birth to children recognized as U.S. citizens before returning home. Say women were coached to wear baggy clothing to hide their pregnancies and mislead customs officials about how long they will stay. They say, according to federal criminal indictments against the enterprise, Star Baby Care said on his website that it provided services to 8,000 pregnant women spanning 20 years. USA Happy Baby said it charged VIP customers up to $100,000. But the extent of birth tourism and its threat to national security say is highly contested. Say estimates range from marginal 2,000 babies a year to dispute allegations of 1.5 million over a 15-year span. They say the higher figure has made its way to congressional testimony and arguments in the Supreme Court. We'll hear, April the 1st, which is tomorrow. Of course, say justice would decide whether President Donald Trump can limit birthright citizenship by executive order, despite the court's past interpretation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution ratified more than 150 years ago. Okay. So, that's more of that, but it's another thing I want to show you as well. This one here, a U.S. territory turned tropical maternity ward has produced thousands of American babies for parents living in China, ladies and gentlemen. So this is how they game in the system. So they say pregnant Chinese women have turned the tropical paradise into a maternity ward, pumping out babies who automatically become U.S. citizens daily. Okay, this is why you got to have this case, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, a U.S. territory northeast of Guam in the Pacific Ocean, has been flooded with so-called birth tourists since 2009, when then President Barack Obama introduced a visa waiver program for Chinese nationals. China watchers estimate about 1,000 companies offer birth tourism to the North Mariana Islands, other U.S. overseas territories, and even the U.S. mainland. They claim a gobsmacking 1.5 million American babies are being raised in China by Chinese parents who have participated in birth tourism. Okay. They say that in March 9th, letter to 3 Trump cabinet secretary Republican lawmakers demanded an accounting on Chinese birth tourism. They say the concern is about these children born to Chinese parents. Do the parents have connections to the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, in which the adversarial government of the United States? They continue to say they know there's an industry out there that makes gobs of money to specialize in birth tourism. But there's no report from the federal government telling you how many people have been born as a result of this, okay? Let's see, Chinese woman right there. She good and pregnant, okay? And they say one Chinese dad meets his American son donning a patriotic cowboy hat, you say, in a hospital in Saipan. All right, so they say a good chunk of those kids reach voting age this decade. At age 21, they'd be eligible to petition for green cards for parents and siblings who could bring along. So that's that anchor baby thing, right? It says it's just not the voting aspect, it's the chain migration laws. If their family could afford the prices charged for the birth tourism scheme, there's a good chance they can afford a residence in the U.S. That's concerned. They say most wealthy Chinese nationals tend to have connections to the government there, okay? So let me get back on the screen here. So they game in the system, ladies and gentlemen. They game in the system by the laws that we fought for. Everybody's hustling and scamming and getting the bag. Remember, the other company said they was getting $100,000 for that's a VIP people, and they got it like that, ladies and gentlemen. So this how these other groups scam. But let DeAndre get a $10,000 PPP loan, he get locked up. These other groups, they scam. They scam big time. And if they ain't scamming, they got whole houses all over the place, massage parlors. Everybody know that's whole houses. Everybody know. It operate in the open. You imagine John Quavius talking about he gonna have some massage parlors and he gonna traffic some women from Kenya to be in there doing what they do. Man, please, Homeland Security will shut him down in 3 days. But they can traffic women from all kind of Asian countries, have them living in their massage parlors. They bust them. They open right back up tomorrow. That's how bold they are with it. But don't you ever let other groups talk about you so much of a criminal. From the white ones on down to all of them. We do not commit the amount of criminality these other groups commit in this country and their homeland. Red Rock said the Black Farmers Association shows some harm. At minimum, fertilizer needs to go down now or this year is going to be lost. Many are already in foreclosure. You know, here's the thing. What I would tell everybody, and I can even say to white people too, y'all got to stop depending on the government to give y'all money, because the government could give it to you or cut it off. Mm-hmm. And if your whole business is ran off of government contracts, do you really have a business at that point? Because the government don't have to give you a contract. You don't have to. Mm-hmm. So maybe it's a wake-up call for a lot of farmers.
Right.
Definitely a wake-up call. All right. Mm-hmm. But with that being said, I don't know. I got some emails today. One person was asking about Brazil and say, hey, I'd like to go to Brazil. How do I sign up? And if you want to come to Brazil in October with Maximum Impact Travel, here we go. Well, we were there, right?
We're here in Rio de Janeiro, and I guarantee you this will be an unforgettable experience as you get to taste the food, the culture, have experiences with the historical aspect of Brazil. That's right, one of the major parts of the African diaspora. And guess what? We want you to join us here in Brazil. The views are amazing, the food is spectacular, and the experience is unforgettable. And the only thing that's missing is you. Join us.
Both books on Amazon today.
After 13 years of exposing lies in the media,
You haven't read the books Passive Aggressive Racism and 7 Steps to Decolonize the Mind. You're navigating a system you don't fully understand. They taught you everything except how the system actually operates against you and how to reclaim the mind it was built to control. You can't dismantle what you don't understand. You can't free a mind you never examined. Passive Aggressive Racism and 7 Steps to Decolonize the Mind. Get both books on Amazon today.
after 13 years of exposing lies in the media, I discovered the biggest lie of all. They want you to think racism is random, accidental, just bad people doing bad things. But what if I told you anti-Black racism was engineered, programmed like software?
We already know this. Thank you. Okay, hold on a second. All right, family, hold on 1 second. Make sure there's anything. Okay. Nothing, nobody say anything. Cool. Check this out. All right. Let me get to the next one. I really don't know what to think. I'm kind of glad this is happening. Just stick with it. I don't know why there's a fucking discussion. So it's probably because we got a shitload of motherfucking immigrants and DACA kids going back. It's the only thing I can think about. However, family, I did do some further research. So when I do the RVA, we will tackle this reparations thing that happened. We will tackle it, and I'll show some stuff that we probably didn't know on the RVA. I'll probably do it, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe today, but we'll see. I'm trying to have trying to get my rent should pay, but having a little issue. I don't make things very easy for me. Nothing is easy. 1 sec. So, all right. Let's see. Play this one. Oh shit. Oh shit.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
I think I'm gonna stop after the second one. So Pam Bondi got fired, I guess, and Lisa gonna tell us a little bit about it.
Let her go. Now, I heard rumblings about it a couple of days ago, but not anything directly from the White House. But I did hear things online that she might be getting the boot. Well, lo and behold, she got it. Oh, baby. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I don't feel sorry for her butt. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, y'all. This is part of what happens to you when you work for Donald Trump. Just ask Michael Cohen, who was Donald Trump's attorney for 10 years, and he ended up going to jail behind doing stuff for Donald Trump. And now he got a podcast and he speaks out against Donald Trump. So we'll see what she does. One thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene, she is really going after Donald Trump now that she's free from Congress. She's been all over the place talking against him. Now, I don't know if Pam Bondi will do the same thing. Don't know what her nature is, but you did all that ass kissing just to get yourself thrown out. And you know what? I don't feel sorry for her ass at all. I don't feel sorry for her. I'll give it to you in a moment, True Oil. I have to show some videos. All right, y'all. So I'm going to show the videos and then we can talk after that. Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. The Dow is down. Yeah, after that badass speech that Donald Trump gave last night, I guess it is in the red. It was, you saw how horrific that was, right? Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Breaking news, it's been reported Trump has decided to soon remove Pam Bondi from her role as Attorney General. Remember, she came under fire for her botched handling of the e-files? Along with a lot of Trump supporters felt that she was hiding information as it related to those files, and then on the other hand, overpromising and not delivering. Folks close to Trump said he was also very dissatisfied with her slow pace of prosecuting his perceived enemies, because after all, he weaponized the Department of Justice and used them to go after folks that he felt did him wrong. Placing Bondi from her position signifies that Trump feels new Attorney General will be able to quickly gain traction on all of his requests. We're also learning that many of Trump's cabinet members have had it out for Pam Bondi and will not be sad to see her vacate this role. It should serve as a reminder to Trump loyalists that being loyal does not keep you off the chopping block. While Pam Bondi is being fired from her role as Attorney General, many of the e-file survivors and family members stated she still has many questions to answer, whether she's in or out of her role. That's all I have for now. Go ahead and save this. Share it with your besties so they know what's going on. Follow me for more real-time updates.
We have some breaking news at this hour. Donald Trump has fired Attorney General Pam Bondi, marking the second cabinet shakeup in a matter of weeks. First Kristi Noem, now Pam Bondi. Tulsi Gabbard could potentially be next. According to Fox News reporting, Trump fired Pam Bondi late last night. She's already been on her way back to Florida. He is eyeing Lee Zeldin, the current EPA administrator, as a possible replacement for Attorney General Bondi. He's been frustrated that Bondi has not moved fast enough to prosecute his political opponents. He's also been frustrated with the way she handled the Epstein files fallout. And apparently, the straw that broke the camel's back here was that she allegedly tipped off Eric Swalwell of an effort by the FBI to release certain documents concerning his past interactions with Christine Fang, an alleged Chinese intelligence operative. So Pam Bondi out, second cabinet member fired. We'll see who he replaces her with, probably Lee Zeldin. I'll have another update for you soon. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
We have major breaking news. Pam Bondi is fired as the Attorney General. Allegedly, she was fired by Donald Trump because she did not go after his political opponents enough. Furthermore, there is allegations that she wasn't seen as loyal either. She is likely to be replaced by Lee Zeldin, who currently heads the EPA.
Our sources are telling us here at CNN that President Trump has privately mused about firing his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and replacing her with the EPA administrator, a longtime loyalist of his, Lee Zeldin. This is something that the president has been talking about in recent days, but it first actually arose back in January when the president was frustrated by the backlash that his administration was getting over its handling of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. And it started to be discussed again inside the West Wing in the last few days, as Pam Bondi is now staring down about a 2-week deadline before she's supposed to go and testify in accordance with that subpoena that she got on Capitol Hill for their investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it's not clear if the president has made a final decision about firing Pam Bondi. She was actually seen riding with him in his motorcade on Wednesday as he went to the Supreme Court for those hearings on birthright citizenship. And he did tell us in a statement tonight that Pam Bondi is a good person and that he thought she was doing a good job. But we're told he's not only frustrated about the backlash they've gotten over the Epstein files, he's also privately fumed about the idea that she hasn't gone after enough of his political opponents that he wants to see DOJ investigations into. Now, it remains to be seen if this ultimately happens, if the president fires her, if he does replace her with Lee Zeldin. That's been the top name that we're told that he's discussed. And of course,
just got off the phone with President Trump. We have a big scoop. Pam Bondi will soon leave her job as the Attorney General. She is going to get a different job within the administration. It doesn't sound like there is any bad blood between her and President Trump, but it does seem like they want her to go and do something else. And in an interim role, she will be replaced by Todd Blanche, who is currently her deputy at the Justice Department. So it doesn't sound like Blanche is being elevated long-term to the Attorney General. There might be somebody else that the president wants to go in there. But President Trump soon will announce to the entire world that it is the end of Pam Bondi's time as the Attorney General. He still thinks that she is a great person and that she did a good job. And he still wants her in the fold because she will still be an important part of the administration, he tells me, but no longer as the top law enforcement officer of the United States. That, at least for a little while, is going to be Todd Blanche.
Pam Bondi is out. President Trump just fired the Attorney General of the United States. Bondi lasted about a year and 2 months in this job. Now, rumblings about her being fired have been circulating like intensely for the last couple of days, but really we've been hearing about it for the last few months, and now it's here. Trump just posted to his social media page saying that Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend. He said, "We love Pam, and she will be transitioning into a much needed and important job in the private sector," though he did not say exactly what that job would be. Now, just yesterday morning, Bondi was with Trump at the Supreme Court oral arguments for birthright citizenship. And then yesterday afternoon, when Trump was asked by reporters if he was going to fire Bondi, Trump praised her, saying she's a wonderful person and she is doing a good job. But that didn't stop Trump from announcing her firing this morning. Now, here's the thing. Bondi has been so loyal to President Trump, doing almost everything in her legal power to do what he wants. But Trump has been frustrated with her lack of success in the courtroom, prosecuting people that Trump sees as his enemies, like James Comey, former FBI director, and Letitia James, the prosecutor who went after him in New York. And when it came to the Epstein files, even Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, said on the record that everybody in the White House thinks that Pam Bondi whiffed on the Epstein issue. Bondi had said that the Epstein client list was on her desk, and then she brought all those influencers to the White House and gave them binders full of nothing. And of course, when Congress passed the Epstein File Transparency Act, Bondi couldn't and still hasn't produced all the documents required under the law. Speaking of the Epstein files, Bondi was subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee and is supposed to be deposed about her handling of the Epstein files on April 14th. Whether that's going to still happen, we just don't know. So what's going to happen to the Department of Justice? Well, according to the president, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Trump's former personal lawyer, is going to take over temporarily as acting Attorney General until Trump can nominate a new person to be the next Attorney General. And then brace yourself, because we are going to be getting an explosive confirmation hearing for just about anyone that Trump nominates.
We have massive breaking news. I can confirm that Pam Bondi, the U.S. Attorney General, has just been fired. Her immediate replacement will be Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Give me a like if you support her no longer being involved in government.
I've tried to explain to you guys that the old fart, glassy closet men that are in control currently in this administration hate women. They don't like women. And what better way to confuse you that they're not dealing with their own glassy closet issues and that they like women than to prop women up, put them in all of these positions of power for the cabinet. And then when you least expect it, rip the power away, throw these loser women like Kristi, Noem and Scam Bondi under the bus, take the fall for these loser men. And that's exactly what they're doing. Scam Bondi's out. It hasn't been announced yet, but she's already been told, you're out of here. Kristi Noem, out of here. All of these women will be replaced with loyalist men because this administration, this country hate women.
Breaking news. MS Now has learned President Trump has informed Pam Bondi she will soon be removed as Attorney General. That's according to a White House official telling our colleague Jake Traylor. With me now to break it down, MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delaney and MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. Ken, we were talking about this in theory just last hour, but these things move fast. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Allie, it is a fast-moving story, and our intrepid White House team, as you said, is digging into this and is now hearing from multiple sources that this departure is imminent, that Donald Trump has decided to replace Pam Bondi as Attorney General, and among the people he's considering to replace him is Lee Zeldin, the former congressman who's the EPA administrator. That would be an interesting choice because I don't believe Lee Zeldin has ever served as a prosecutor. We've also heard the name of Senator Eric Schmidt, who was the Attorney General of Missouri, bantied around. There's a lot of speculation swirling, a lot of people putting their names in for the job. I would imagine, as someone who's covered the Justice Department for a long time, that Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, who served loyally as Donald Trump's defense attorney, would put his name in and would want to be the Attorney General. Although the question is he too closely associated with the administration of Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi obviously came under fire, even from Republicans on the Hill, for her handling of the Jeffrey Epstein matter, for initially seeming to promise revelations when she handed out a bundle of files to influencers early in the Trump presidency, only to then later acknowledge that there was nothing in those files, and then to endorse a statement from the Justice Department saying essentially there's really not much to see here, there's no further prosecutions expected, and then to decide not to release the files, only to be forced by Congress to preside over this massive release of millions of pages of files, which by some accounts was handled badly, mistakes were made. But that's not the only reason Pam Bondi is on the hot seat here. Donald Trump reportedly is incredibly dissatisfied with what he sees as the slow pace of the Justice Department prosecuting his perceived political enemies. And that's even though the Justice Department has done things that no Justice Department has ever done in modern history, has essentially given up its independence and taken cues from the White House and brought investigations based on very thin evidence and specious claims, and gotten rejected in some cases by grand juries and procedurally by judges. And yet Donald Trump somehow thinks that a new Attorney General will be able to bypass that and move faster as he seeks to use the Justice Department to pursue his political enemies.
He did it. He fired her. Apparently there was some big showdown at the White House between Pam Bondi and Donald Trump, and he ended up firing her. She apparently, according to the people that were there, begged and pleaded to stay on and to be given another chance, but he said no. According to people who were in the room, that Trump had gotten more and more frustrated with Pam Bondi in recent days, adding while he likes her as a person, he doesn't think that she's executed on his vision in the way that he wants. You think? You fucking think. The Epstein shit was a total fucking disaster. Maybe now we can get somewhere with it. So who is replacing Pam Bondi, at least in the interim? It's Lee Zeldin. And Lee Zeldin was the first Jewish administrator of the EPA, and he welcomed Rabbi Shmatov of DC's Chabad into his office for a mitzvah ceremony and inscribe a position of Torah in his office. That was about a year ago. So I guess we'll see what happens. I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt shit's changed. But Pam Bondi had to go. Bongino had to go. Kash Patel has to go. Kash Patel has to go. I wonder what stuff about Pam Bondi's husband we're going to find out next, though. Because this is what happened with Kristi Noem, right? The crazy bitch. They're all fucking crazy bitches.
Jeez.
Yeah, she ain't never lie about that one. They are a bunch of crazy bitches. But see, it never pays to do bidding for Donald Trump. That is the truth. It never pays. At the end of the day, it is always going to bite you in the ass. It's never worth it. Never. And I don't know why people still believe in trying to work for Donald Trump. I just don't get it. It's never a good thing. You can best believe when this administration is over, it's going to be so many people going to jail. All right, True Royal, I just sent you the link. All right. There's going to be so many people going to jail behind this man. Yeah, well, first of all, you're not supposed to use the DOJ for your enemies, Donald Trump. You know, that should be about real business, real legal things that are going on, not about fabricating some lawsuits and then going after your enemies. You know, that's not what the DOJ is supposed to be about. Although they don't do no work. They don't do no work when it really counts for them to do some. But
thank you. So we know that she got fired. Okay, and she's about to just take, comments and whatnot. We're gonna move along real quick. This is gonna be the last one because he just has to be. hilarious. Just show me a picture, I couldn't stop laughing. Talk to the viewers.
I'm still down here in the beautiful city of Houston, Texas. We're having a ball out here in Texas. Oh man, love Texas, love Houston. Just so much love in Houston. Beautiful city, beautiful people. Love it. Man, shout out to Houston. Where my Texas people? You from Houston? What's up, man? I love Houston. I love the vibe, love the energy down here. It is a vibe.
It made it laugh.
Earlier, I was putting up some tweets about some things. Y'all got them big ass bugs. I learned about them love bugs. They call them love bugs. We were out and about.
I never thought I'd ever see
bugs just swarming all over the place, scaring my kids. It was like it was bugs carrying other bugs. I'm like, what the hell? The hell is this? And I found out that this is a thing down here in Texas. The love bugs. They're harmless. I know now. My kids don't know that. They don't know these big motherfuckers is harmless. They don't know. They're freaking out, running and shit. So they don't know they're harmless. So I got to calm them down. These bugs all on my kids. It's 2 bugs at a time. I'm like, damn, this one bug carrying a nigga with him. I'm like, what kind of bugs are these? So down here in Texas, family, they got some love bugs where these bugs fly in twos. I guess they mate when they fly, but they are deep out here in Texas, boy. They are deep as hell, man. You know? Yeah, they just fly right up on you. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. They just fly up on you. In Houston. Yes, I'm in Houston. But it's a vibe. And they say everything is big in Houston. Everything is big in Texas. They got these big ass flags. That's another thing. You drive around Houston and drive around the freeway, there's just huge flags, like huge American flags, huge Texas flags. They got the big ass flags all over the place. But everything is big. Everything is big. Especially the food servings, nigga. Man, this is the thing about Texas. How are y'all backs not big? How everybody back ain't big out here, nigga? Y'all see me on this picture? This is how I'm gonna look when I leave, nigga. I'm gonna look just like this. Man, it's some good eating out here in Houston, nigga. Woo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they got some good eating. I don't know how y'all motherfuckers ain't all 300 pounds. Dude, do y'all know how many of y'all have not been to Houston? First of all the food, we ain't had one bad dish. Everything is good and cheap, nigga. Shit. You get a basket of catfish nuggets for $7 in this bitch. That's why we up here eating like fucking guinea pigs, man. We went to one restaurant. We went to Swamp something. What's that restaurant? It has like a Cajun New Orleans vibe. Swamp. Where my Texas people? Swamp something. Why am I having a brain fart? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Where my Texas people? My Houston people. Swamp something. Is it Swamp Kitchen? It's like it's Swamp City. What the hell is it? It must be Swamp City. Is that? I think that's the name of it. It has like a New Orleans vibe. And yeah, it's oh man, just real good Cajun food, New Orleans food. And my lady was like looking at the prices. She's like, "Is this real?" She had to ask the people because it was so damn cheap. She's like, "This don't sound right." It was like a whole seafood platter, like $21. She's like, "Is this right?" They're like, "Yeah, that's the price. It's even cheaper on the weekend." I'm like, "Shit." So shit, my lady sitting up here with gloves on and a crab leg bib, just going to fucking town with a bucket of fucking food. We're in here like eating like pigs in this bitch. Oh my, because I can't do the shrimp and the crab legs because it start messing up my gout. My family ate so much shit. My son Mateo started breaking out. Some of that seafood
gave him the hives or whatever, but he didn't give a shit. He's still up here eating some oysters and crab legs, itching. We just gorging ourselves, itching, scratching, big backed. We out here having a damn, just acting a fool with this food out here, man. Damn, and cheap as hell. Man, out in LA, now our food is bad. Man, our food is horrible in LA, man. It's horrible and overcharged. It's expensive and horrible. Oh, that's why we come down here and act a fool. Oh, we stocking up, nigga. Oh, we out here stocking up on back fat for the winning. We stocking up. We out here acting a fool. We eating everything before we go back to our whack ass food back home, man. Y'all know our food in LA is trash. It's trash. That's why we're tripping on the prices out here. You know, we get crab legs and all that. You gotta pay $70, $80 out there. Nigga, you give these motherfuckers $8, you're gonna have a seafood boil. Nigga, it's gonna be cracking. No wonder these women so goddamn thick out here. Shit. No wonder y'all so damn thick. These thick ass Houston women. Thick as a goddamn motherfucker. Like, damn.
You're welcome.
Oh, man, that's why. Yeah, the food is good out here, man. They don't play around. This food is good. Man, this food is good out here. Yeah, man, our food is trash. Man, our food is trash. Yeah, somebody said it's not a food unless you want to eat tacos all day. Our food in LA is trash, man. Because a lot of the black businesses, we've been getting pushed out, and the few little soul food spots, they got non-FBAs in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Y'all know how it is in LA. They got a bunch of non-FBAs up in Roscoe's and, you know. Dude. And then it's overpriced. Man. But yeah, Houston, boy, they're killing the game right now because it has a lot of that Louisiana flavor over here. LA got good. Yeah. Dude, LA is, man, when I go to other cities, like when I go to New York got a lot of good stuff. New York, Chicago is good. New Orleans is one of the best. South Carolina, Charleston, people sleep on that. Phenomenal food there. Atlanta is hit or miss. Think about it, Atlanta is now hit or miss. Atlanta is hit or miss. Atlanta's hit or miss. They got some good spots in it. Last time we went to some spots off in the outskirts. We went to some phenomenal spots. We went to some good spots. But it's hit or miss. You never know. You know? Memphis, yes, Memphis is very good. That barbecue in Memphis is not a joke. Yeah, but Texas is killing the game, man. That's why, who's that doctor, that old whitey man who does the fat surgery? He's down here. That's why I can see. What's his name? Y'all know the 600-pound life show. That doctor is in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name? Dr. Now, that's his name? Yeah, he's out here. I can see why his ass is out here. Yeah, I can see why he's out here to get some of that back off these niggas. This is shit. Good grief. The food out here is just in abundance. Man. Yeah, Dr. Now. Yeah, but yeah, the food is phenomenal. I don't know how everybody back ain't big out here, man. I just don't know. Man, but shout out to LA. I mean, shout out to Houston. Shout out to Houston. Y'all freeways are a trip out here. Y'all freeways are crazy out here.
Mm-hmm.
The way they're designed, but you get lost as hell. Well, these freeways are real funny style out here. Also, what are these cars, family of my Houston people? I keep seeing these trucks. There's like these black trucks with these deep tinted windows. They're like pickup trucks, these random unmarked pickup trucks just all around Houston. But they got red and blue sirens in the windshield. I've seen a lot of them out here. What's that? I'm like, they're unmarked. Is that ice? Okay. Okay, okay, that's ice. Okay. Yeah, because they're unmarked. I'm like, is that the police? I don't know. What the hell? What kind of truck is that? Because there's nothing on them. These trucks, they're black trucks, completely tinted. You can't see nothing inside of them. They're completely tinted, but then they got like the red and blue lights in the windshield. Oh, what is that? Oh, they deep out here. Oh, they're deep in this bitch, man. They got them unmarked ice trucks heavy out here. I'm seeing them all. I didn't know what they were. I'm like, what the hell is that? They got some jump out boys. Okay. Man. Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. They out here deep. They out here deep. And speaking of ice and all that, and we saw a lot of ICE agents at the airport out here too, by the way. We saw a lot of them at the airport. Speaking of that, ICE and the Department of Homeland Security and all that. Y'all know, what's that girl's name? Kristi Noem. Y'all remember her? Kristi Noem. She was head of Homeland Security. She was, the Homeland Security secretary. Y'all see the controversy going on with her ass? Oh, Lord. Y'all know what's going on with her. Now, y'all know, like some weeks ago, didn't they fire her? Trump and those guys fired her or laid her off or whatever a few weeks ago. So they must have knew something was going down. They knew something was happening. So what happened was the Daily Mail, they published a detailed report claiming that her husband, Kristi Noem's husband, for over 30 years, she's been with this dude for 30 years. They said he maintained like this secret online double life where he was a cross-dressing punk. Man, they done got pictures of this dude. Man, have y'all seen them pictures?
Oh my God, just
he's up here
I like
pouting
got bigger titties than
with
she do.
balloon titties and he's in I hate to even describe it. It sounds so moist. He's doing the most.
He was.
He is doing the damn most. So he's cross-dressing and he was in some kind of fetish community online called bimbofication. So there's like hundreds of pictures and messages of this dude allegedly from him where his face is visible, but he's wearing like little pink clothings and little booty shorts and coochie cutters.
Wow.
And just like he put balloons stuffed under a halter top. So it looked like he got big breasts and fake nipples. He's doing the most.
I was like, those some big ass titties.
So she's up here, Kristi talking about she was blindsided by this. Oh, I didn't know. Lord, I don't think so. You know, don't sound like, you were y'all had some kind of arrangement going on.
Mm-hmm.
He looks crazy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And, she was Kristi Noem, she's the former South Dakota governor. And again, she was one of the heads of Homeland Security. They got her up out of there earlier this month.
She got to stop lying to everybody.
See, these folks run around here talking all that family value shit. This is why you don't listen to these folks. The dominant society, they done built a multi-billion-dollar political industry lecturing us about the nuclear family and how important the nuclear family is, how Black folks need to learn this in the single-parent homes in the Black community and all that shit. You don't have structures and morals, and at the same time, the head of damn Homeland Security husband is out here bussy popping
shit
on a damn fetish website or something, man.
Mm-hmm.
Good grief. Man, this is why, man, these folks, you don't let them wag their finger at us. And also, could that be a security threat? I mean, this woman You let the head of the Department of Homeland Security, you got access to the highest levels of national secrets. That's why all that blindside shit. What you mean you blindsided? You got access to Homeland damn security, bitch. The fuck you talking about? You can spy on everybody. You got access to satellites, access to Al-Qaeda, what they're doing. You can see through walls with X-ray damn infrared sensors. Y'all can access street lights and street cameras all over the world. Y'all can spy on people through their iPhones. Y'all got access to look at people through their computers. You got access to see what's going on in the Middle East and what's happening over there in China. But you didn't know your husband was in there with some fake titties and a thong on, bitch? You didn't know that? You didn't? Really? You were blindsided by that?
Right.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You must not been that good of a Homeland Security head then. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
The hell are you talking about?
Right.
I feel unsafe.
I feel amazing.
All right, now I feel like the national security is a problem now.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't know your husband was in the other room bussy popping, how you gonna monitor and secure the nation? Damn, real, come on now. That's a legitimate question here.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know that? Damn. Man, come on. And you know, the word is, man, what's interesting, the word on the street is that the person who outed him, they said it was an undocumented immigrant sex worker who outed him as a form of revenge for Kristi Noem's deportation edicts and all that stuff. They said that the immigrants got mad. He was out there bussy popping and sending pictures to immigrants. And then they snitched on him. That's funny. That's very ironic. All right. This dude up here sending fake titty bitches to Maria. Then they outed his dumb ass. Good grief.
That's great.
But this shows, man, the hypocrisy. They love sitting up here trying to present these conservative alpha male tropes. They love selling that traditional alpha male aesthetic. They're trying to push this narrative that we can learn something from these alpha males. And these dudes, he's sitting up here begging women to turn him into a girl, strapping balloons on his chest. Man, these people are cucks, man. And from what I understand, you know, another thing they were saying that the Kristi lady, she had an affair allegedly with some Corey dude, Lewandowski. They said she had some kind of affair with him, and the husband knew. So they're like, maybe they got some kind of cuckold thing.
Gross.
So they had some weird, they got like some little weird arrangement. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So these folks are into any and everything, man.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why, family, hold on. I'm trying to, some of these people trying to get on here to have a battle. I ain't doing that. But this is why, family, we don't let nobody ostracize us. People always try to come to us and wag their finger at us, telling us about morality and family values. And then Black folks, some people start internalizing that with, oh, we got to do better. We as a community, we got to do better. Better like who? When the white people, then we got to be more like them. No, we don't. Dude, you don't know what they into. They into all types of weird shit. Stop that. That's what I'm saying. Black people, stop all of that. We got to be like them. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't want, no, I don't want to walk around with balloon titties and a thong. No, we don't. See, we got to get off that illusion of moral authority that they have. See, we've been conditioned to look at the dominant society as the gold standard for morality and structure and civilization. But this situation with Kristi and her husband, that proves the moral high ground is completely manufactured. We're not going to accept lectures on no family values from a political class of people whose households are broken. with hidden damn deviance. So yeah, man, these people's, their hands are not clean. These people's hands are filthy. And their hands got KY jelly on them. They're just doing all types of weird shit. They weaponize their little psychological projection on us. See, whenever they want the dominant society or any outside groups, they write think pieces about the broken Black home and all of our lack of morals. That's a projection. You see? They try to put a magnifying glass on us so they can distract from the degeneracy going on in their damn homes. They try to pathologize us so they don't have to deal with the fact that their own traditional power structures and their own family dynamics are collapsing from inside out. That's why delineation, that's our cultural shield, ladies and gentlemen. That's why this delineation movement is so important. See, delineation is not about just tracing your lineage, it's about structural boundaries. See, when you define exactly who you are and we separate our history and our culture and our reality from their degenerate metrics, we're going to be fine. See, delineation shuts down the people who try to lump us into their systems. So we say to ourselves, we don't grade our success or our morality on their fraudulent ass standards. You know what I'm saying? These people are not to be emulated. Man. Now let me get some of the family in here. Come on, y'all raise your hands. Let me get the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. Because I do want to talk to the family. We got a lot of folks in here. Y'all share the space. Let everybody know we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you're trying to get morality from immoral people. Yeah, we got to get off that, man. These folks are always into something weird.
They really are.
All right, let's get the family in here. Y'all raise those hands. All right.
I'm moving on.
Let's raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see who's in the comment queue or the Fry Guys. Let's get the Fry Guys. I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna get you in, Fry Guys. Fry Guys, come on in.
My fucking picture's wild. Oh shit.
Yo, Fry Guys. Okay, let's get I don't know what your name is, brother with the dreads. What's up, brother?
I feel like somebody trying to call my damn phone.
What's up, brother? We can hear you, brother.
Oh, what's up, man? I didn't even know I was on.
Okay, okay. You didn't mean to get on. Thank you, brother.
No.
Let me get on. Okay, good Lord. Damn. That nigga dropped his phone in some jerk chicken or something. Let's try it like this, family.
Hold on.
You in the comment section, if you want to get on, raise
for holding
your
it
hand.
down.
Try it like that.
Yeah.
People in the comment section, if you want to get on, raise your hands.
What now?
Some funny shit. That motherfucker. You see that picture I sent?
Oh my God, dude. The fact that it's some immigrant stitched on him, yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I was just gonna end it like right there because this dude's gonna be bullshitting with these motherfucking weird ass collars.
Yeah. I didn't even listen to this all the way through, so I don't even know.
Oh, we could finish shit or whatever.
But yeah, you can end it here. It's been 5 hours.
Great. All right, cool.
Whatever topics we didn't get to, I'll just roll them over to Front Line
there
Blacc.
wasn't that many. I think I got through most of them.
Yeah.
Let me see. I didn't know where you were supposed to stop at anyway.
I also stop at Pooh Shiesty.
Oh, okay. Well, we could do that then. Because I heard his perspective. I don't really give a damn what other people are
No,
talking
this
about.
is good because I said if we have time. So this is a good stopping point.
Okay. What's that? All right.
Because we already got 5 hours and I'm on the free plan. Crew, are you still with us?
I don't think he is.
Alrighty. All right, well, we appreciate y'all tapping in, everybody that tapped in. We'll go by it one by one. Twin, I see you. Appreciate you coming through, DSB. Appreciate you coming through. Who else is in here? Kahari. Always a pleasure to have you. Sister Ashita, we love that you came through.
Love you,
You're
Sister
always
Ashita.
welcome. Who else? What else do we have in here? Fresh always. Appreciate you coming through. Crew, always a pleasure to have you. Except when you and Shabaka get into it. Who else?
I don't even think that was like what was that? I don't even understand. I just feel like that was all blown out of proportion.
Vibration Alchemy, that's Sister Ashita. Michael Pam, appreciate you coming through as always.
As always.
And that's all I can see on here. I think it was some other people came through.
Rivero,
Nat came through. Yeah, Mansa Musa came through. Salute to you, Mansa Musa.
Yes. Salute to Ray. Who else?
I shouted Ray out already. I said crew. Who else is in here?
I don't know, but I think I feel like I don't think I need to eat or something. I feel like all of a sudden I felt all woozy and shit.
You could have came back with me. You could have got some pizza.
Fuck that.
You could have got some pizza and some garlic knots.
You could have you should just hurry and get that shit done and bring your ass back.
Well, that's the plan.
For some reason I feel like I just because I was trying to pay the motherfucking rent. Can't fucking do anything. It's like the internet is against me. I'm like, don't you want this money?
Right.
Oh my God. It's cold out there too still. I can feel it.
It's like 50 something degrees.
Let me get off this thing. Thank you for everybody for hanging out and letting me
Oh yeah, thank you, Shabaka, for coming through.
Shabaka, definitely. Thank you for letting me host.
Apologize if I missed anybody. I don't think
I missed anybody. I think you got everybody. I mean, it's still long. I'm thankful that everybody stays. Shout out to the eyeballs.
All right, so join us tomorrow for a brand new episode of the Front Line Blacc News, season 6, episode 20, part 1. I will see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube under Genet 1. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment.
Just don't leave. Just end it.
Okay.
Stay black and dangerous.
And Lady Che signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. And Lady Che's in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. See y'all tomorrow evening. Peace.
Peace.